10 o'clock. We can get started. So my goal for today and possibly tomorrow is to finish House Bill 2 as given to us by the governor. Obviously, there's going to be plenty of additions and other things, or at least get as close to that as we can. In particular, Melissa, do we have the Department of Justice coming at some point to talk about their sections?
I have an email out to them. I gave them the option for today or tomorrow, but I did message them this morning. So I do not have a response back. So I would assume that will be probably tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we may have to skip over those particular ones. So why don't we sort of just go, start at page 1 and talk about, go through the list of House Bill 2. So the first one is bail. Now we know there's a big bill coming to the House Thursday. So I was tending to think we just take this out and put that in, or talk about it when we get that bill. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that bill is all that different from this one, but the problem with the bill, as I understand it, that's being voted on Thursday with the committee amendment, is that it does balloon costs, and mostly costs for counties, right? Because basically that bill says it lowers the threshold for keeping somebody in jail without bail, so they would stay in jail longer, and the criteria for keeping them is lowered. So therefore, probably a lot more people would be in jail. That's more, county costs. So there is a cost element to that bill that we will want to talk about. Okay. Any other thoughts on bail? Anybody want to say anything? We're happy. Okay, so we're going to wait on that one. All this fishing game, move things around between, shuffle the chairs between fishing game and DNCR and Department of Environmental Services. I'm generally okay with that. I mean, I don't, any objections?
Well, I mean, I think I'm generally okay with their proposal. I think, we're going to have a public, I'm not sure you're proposing to vote on it today, but.
Yeah, I was.
Okay,
Is that
I'm
a problem?
gonna,
Okay.
well, because we haven't even had a public hearing on this, and I think a
Oh.
lot of people are really interested in this, and, I just feel
So you want to
like
wait till Friday?
I
basically?
would, yes, Mr. Chair, I think that would, considering it's a huge,
Okay.
portion of
Wednesday
this.
hearing?
It's Wednesday.
We're having a regular House Bill, yeah, Wednesday afternoon.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll mention one thing that I had a thought about, and that is
Yeah,
that
any
with all the I'll call it rigmaroling around,
Mm-hmm.
I believe this section is supposed to be effective upon signature by the governor,
Mm-hmm.
and it just seems to me that pushing it out to December 31st or something like that would make sense, because I don't know how they can have everything like up and running by the day that she signs it. So that was my thought.
Yeah, my general impression is all these people are working together anyways, right? It's just one happens to be sitting here, but when they move, they're still going to be doing their same job. So,
Well, we can
I don't
ask DES
We can,
too
yeah.
about that. I mean, sometimes those sorts of things don't make it in here because people are watching the
Sure.
substance. And I was just going to say, I think the fish and game positions were funded through December 31st. I don't know, but we can talk about it.
That's accurate. They're funded with ARPA funds through December 31st, and then
Okay.
they'll switch over to general funds in January.
okay. All right. So, Melissa, do you want to prepare an amendment maybe to change that effective date for all of these sections
Sure. Would
Just
you?
that we can consider?
Yep. And I believe the amendment would also include removing the $275,000 appropriation for that scientist position, because that's in HB 1 already. So it's a double appropriation on that one.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But that could be right away, right?
I
Yeah.
figure I would do one big amendment to the section if that's
Okay,
what you
sure.
wanted.
And,
then-
and generally include their red line
And that was
stuff,
going to be my
right,
second
yeah,
question,
yeah.
and include their red line.
Because I didn't, so the main, so we're talking about sections 2 through 5, I guess, right? Yeah, and I didn't see anything else specifically objectionable.
The one thing,
those.
the one thing that
Representative Miles, yes.
one concern I had with, what DES was shared with us, and it's in their red line, that I think is related to all of this, is the fact that they say they need 180 days to do the rulemaking.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed really long. I mean, they changed it from 30 to 180 days.
I mean, I think, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Representative Eagle, yeah?
I agree with you. It seems long, but I think that when Mr. Crapo was here, he said that they didn't intend it to take that long. I think what they were trying to do was give themselves a little space. So
And I
there's
yeah,
a middle ground,
I heard
guess.
that, and I guess, yeah, that's what I'm thinking is, well, let's
make it
at
60 or
Let's set
something.
a
Or
target,
90.
set
I
a
would say
target for
90.
90, yeah.
So,
Just do it.
let me point out, the actual sentence here is, such rulemaking shall begin within such and such. So it's not that it has to be accomplished so it's even worse,
Well-
exactly, right?
I think what he said was the whole JALCAR process. So I think the problem is that they were interpreting it as when they were talking, like they had to have everything done within the 180 days, and JALCAR is it's a long process for adopting rules. I don't know, Melissa.
Yes, they spoke on two parts. They said, one, gathering all the entities that would be involved to make sure that the rulemaking is what is expected from the public. So all the stakeholders would need to be included. And then the second part, I do think they were concerned of just to have the rules effective. But I do agree, it does read a little bit different in here that it said shall begin. It
Yeah.
doesn't say shall be completed.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so maybe complete, or I don't know.
maybe go
Begin
ahead.
within 90
Be-
days or
be-
something?
Like begin within 30 and end within 90 or something,
Or-
Well, ending is tough, because,
Ending is tough.
Yeah.
or maybe.
Well, I would say begin at least within 60. I think,
yeah. Well, the question is, if we think of begin as when they hold the public hearing for these rules,
yeah, they're not going to do it within 30 days. I don't
yeah,
think.
that wouldn't happen within 30.
I mean, I'm a
I-
fan of 90, honestly.
90? Okay. All right, let's,
A completion date as well, and say maybe the completion is 180?
because that's not under their control, really, is the problem. So yeah, so let's make the 180 to 90, Melissa, and we'll just have the understanding that begin means the public hearing for those rules, right? Because, sometimes they have a public hearing, then they go back and make changes and all kinds of stuff. Okay. Other comments on these sections? Okay, good.
No?
All right, so now we can go on to, that was section 2 through 5, right? So now we have this native plant stuff, 6 through 8, I guess it is.
Well, let's see.
Starting
Just looking.
on page 8. Yeah,
No, I don't have a problem with this.
Just a definition.
right.
Yeah,
Is
I
this a new fee here for, a charge a fee for screening the database?
No, that's existing Melissa, on page 9, Roman 1, I think that's just a deletion from the existing statute, isn't it?
On page 8.
Or
I'm looking
oh,
at
okay.
page 8.
Oh, I
line-
apologize. I was on.
Line 30.
I
But
know that.
That's a new fee.
Yeah, but I think it's okay.
I'm- Just, I think it's the fee that was being charged by DNCR and now they're allowing it to be charged
Oh,
by
I see what you're
DES
saying.
because they're
Yes, yeah.
switching.
Because they're moving
positions.
them around.
Right.
I see. So this is more of moving people, this section?
It looks that way.
Because the reason I thought it was different was the red line thing was changes to sections 2 through 5. But maybe they're just not changing this. This is more of the same. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, so their notes say that it's just to help move the functions of performing the environmental review to DES.
Okay. So it's really 2 through 8 that's moving those people and
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Representative.
thank you. Because right now, the revenue from those fees is going to be an HB1 under New Hampshire Native, the Natural and Cultural Resources, correct? So will this amendment change HB1 so that that revenue from fees is now with DES and not an HCR? Is that what will happen?
Yes, I would think so, right? Because it's going to Department of Environmental Services.
So is in HB1, are the fee revenues, which department is that under now? Because that HB1 would have to be amended to reflect the revenue being
So-
received in E DES.
So the fees don't necessarily tie to the payment. And what's in HB1 is those positions will be moved in this section from DNCR to DES, and then it will be funded with the other agency funding. So on a high level, it doesn't work exactly the way you said, but
Okay.
yes, you'll have a reduction in other agency income in DNCR, and you'll have an increase in other agency income in DES. So they'll offset each other in the budget. So at the end, it's a zero,
Okay, so,
net zero.
but right now, if I were to go into HB1, I would see those positions not in DES. So HB2 would then change HB1.
For the positions,
Okay.
not for the revenues. That's what
Oh.
I was making this, for
Oh.
the expenditures, it would change the expenditures from DNCR. We'll have a reduction in expenditures once you guys vote on the HB1 adjustments, because there's a couple of changes.
Okay.
And we can talk about that next week, because what is in HB1 currently does not reflect what DNCR and DES asked. I think the governor moved 3 positions, and there should have only been 1 position that
That's
moved.
true.
So there's some moving parts for
Yeah.
HB1.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
And the other thing is, line 32 on page 8 makes it clear that these fees are there to cover this particular cost.
Yeah.
Right? So they're
They
connected.
do cover, just in HB1, you're not going to see those fees
Sure.
in the line, is what I was saying.
That's fine. Okay. So now we are through number 8, I guess it is, right?
Yep.
So let's go to number.
Are you okay with their red lines? Do you want me to do the amendment? Do you want that to be, do you want me to push out the effective date and change it to 90 days?
Yes, except for
the
the
six-
double counting part. Yes,
6 through 8.
Yeah, right?
6 through 8, yes.
Yeah.
right.
So 6 through 8, their red line just wants to change the rules on that section as well, from 30 to 180. Would you like that to be 90
Yeah, that should be
days?
90.
And the effective date bumped out on that one as well. Or no?
Yes, assuming
that will
this
give
is
them
all,
time
goes-
to
it's all part of the same thing. Okay.
Are we voting to approve or we're just,
I think
we're gonna be informal?
we decided to listen to, in case somebody comes to the public hearing and gives us new information. We're going to wait till Friday, okay? All right.
And what I'll do, if it's fine with you, Mr. Chair, based on this, we'll get the amendments ready. So then when we go and vote on Friday, you'll have
We
the
can have the
amendments
actual language.
in front of you.
and all that stuff. Okay, good. All right, now Boathouse. So there are two sections, I guess, or more, there's a few sections here. This is section, oh, wait a minute.
In section 9. That's
9, okay, yeah. So it's 9 through 9 and 10 and 11.
Well, 9 and 10 is the definition. So we could
15 and 16.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
9.
it's kind of two places,
It's
I guess.
split out. 9, 10, 15, and 16
Okay.
is a little hard to do on the.
Okay. So,
First one's.
right, so this is about boathouse. Let's talk about boathouses, right? So right now, so I looked in, one thing he said to us was they're currently only permitting boathouses dug in, right? They're not permitting them over water, but they lost a lawsuit related to it, and that's why they want to add this stuff, right? Okay. So I searched the RSAs for the word boathouse. It appears exactly once, okay? And in the definition of boathouse, well, it's part of a definition of a water-related structure or something like that, right? So it's only in a definition. And that particular definition says that the structure can be over water, right? So it doesn't say anything about dug in or not dug in or whatever. So it's clear why they lost this lawsuit, because there's no law making that distinction. It must be just their rules, right? So anyways, and there's nothing about, as far as I can tell, there's nothing about height in that section, that current law. So putting this stuff in is definitely new law. Maybe it's reasonable because it's, you know, a big new practice, but it's, anyways, we should be aware of it, I guess.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative Griffin.
this is stuff that clearly should be a separate bill. There's no reason for it to be an HB2. It isn't really supporting the budget. It's changing the law.
Yeah. You know, I would tend to agree with you with the one exception that it's urgent because they lost this lawsuit, their current practices are changing, et cetera. So I did ask for the Resources Committee to give us feedback, and haven't quite gotten it yet. But in general, the only thing, I spoke to the Chair of Resources. He had looked it over. He hadn't, his vice chair had not yet looked it over, and they said they didn't highlight this section yet. So I don't know, Representative Evil.
I mean, I agree with both you and Representative Griffin, but I think the more persuasive issue is that they really feel that that needs to be done because of this lawsuit. I mean, the only other thing, we'll see what the public hearing produces, but I don't know about you, Representative, the other, I haven't heard from a Lakes Association about this to express any concern. And they're aware of HB2 and the various provisions. So,
Okay.
I mean, I'm okay with this. I think it's needed.
Okay.
So,
Representative Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree because it's an urgent matter. I am on one of the lake conservation groups, and this would be a disaster if people started building hotels, you know, so
On the water.
on the water, since they lost the lawsuit, and since there's currently no guardrails around what you can build, this needs to go in, and it needs to go in immediately.
Okay. All right. So 9 and 10 are just definitions, right? So can we maybe approve 9 and 10? Is that
and I'll second it, or
all
whoever.
right? All those in favor? Yes. Against? One.
Give 'em a
Okay.
chance to catch up.
Okay. All right. So we'll get back to boathouse, or do we want to, as long as we're here on boathouses, where's the second part of it? It's page 12, section 15. Okay, yeah. So this is the boathouse requirements. So there's a number of things in here that bothered me. First of all, the effective date, February 20th, 2025. So this feels like ex post facto law, right? So I tend to think that should be July 1st. No? I agree. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
I would agree, except you've got to assume that they worked this out with the Attorney General, and based on the lawsuit, maybe they feel like
Okay.
this is the date they needed. I'd have some anxiety about
Okay.
changing that without,
Melissa,
Their
you asked the
input.
question, right, or
Yeah.
Jack?
I mean,
Yeah.
I would just say that it's a very specific date.
Yeah, it is, but can you is it legal
don't-
to pass law
mean,
that happens in the past? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I don't, but
All
I
right,
don't
well,
know.
Melissa
They have a
asked the
reason
question.
for it.
Okay. And the other question I would ask about this is the sentence describing this thing, minimize storage to accommodate only life jackets, paddles, etc. I mean, this seems way too detailed, right? I mean, why are we, what we care about is this building size, right? The height, the 1 story, etc., right? But what's in the building? I mean, Representative Campbell.
Yeah, unfortunately, people could start parking cars in there and, and there are off-road vehicles and stuff
I
like
see
that.
what you
And then, so the intent is to only for boating equipment or anything associated with boating and being, or lake activities like swimming, fishing, boating. So that's the intent. So that's why they throw a little bit of detail in there. So I wouldn't get too picky on it.
I see.
I have another,
Representative Griffin.
issue with 16, and that's the raising the fees annually. I don't think it's a good policy for us to turn the raising of the fees over to department.
Yes, but I don't see that. Where are you looking?
Well, I'm looking at HB 2.
No, but what line of page 12?
We're doing this.
Well, we're in boathouses.
Yeah, we're still on boathouse. Yes, well, but I agree with you, and we'll come back to that. Okay. Yes, Representative Ryan.
One more comment about the dates. There could be some people who already have contracts ongoing with contractors for construction of a boathouse. They would have already paid the $400, whatever. So that, I think that, I realize what Representative Ebel said, that this may have been legally required to put this date in, but I'd also want to have an exception, if we could, for people who have ongoing contracts signed before February 21st. Because they may have already expended a lot of money for a project to find out that it's not going to be legally
Yeah.
constructed.
Well,
Representative
I
Ebel.
would say they're in a, well, I don't know, but it seems like they're pursuing an illegal action because of the, I don't know. And just going along with what Representative Campbell said, if you don't limit it in some way, people are going to build houses and put in
Right.
apartments and, I mean, that's another thing when those guys are talking to the Attorney General, they might raise existing contracts.
Yeah.
I think we need an answer to that.
Page 12. Yes. Anyone else like to weigh in on this? All right, why don't we just ask the question, number one, why is that particular date in there? Number two, is it actually legal? Because, and maybe, what's that?
No, it's not law yet. It can't.
It's
They
not
can't-
law
they-
yet.
They can't go retroactively after someone who's already started to do something, so.
Yeah, on the other hand, so Representative Rung is somewhat correct, I think, because nobody, if you're going to start construction, so this is about starting constructed after, right? There's a whole bunch of things that lead into construction. Getting the permit and making your plans and going to the planning board and all these kind of things, right? And so, so if we made it constructed after July 1st, right, then we're not necessarily going to interrupt the things that are happening now are kind of the planning stage, right? And so, there probably won't be any such thing built unless it's already today, they've started construction, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, let's ask the question, Melissa, and we'll find out. Okay. All right, so that's enough about boathouses. Let's go back to, where were we?
Page 9?
Page 10? Oh, the fees.
Penalty.
The penalty. That one's okay, I think, because basically we're adding a new thing you can't do. So this is saying the penalty also applies to this new thing, right? Because there's already a penalty in law for something else you're not supposed to be doing, right? So, yeah, that's just, these two things go together, 15 and 16. Let's do the whole boathouse as one big unit, I guess. Okay. All right, back to page,
I think we're at page 9 at the bottom, section 11.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Right, so. Right. So this is a big fee increase, but that's one of the things we're going to be doing to balance the budget. And the governor did it ahead of time in this one. So
Yeah, I
go ahead, Representative Ryan.
do have an issue with raising fees for individual homeowners that are working on a project. For instance, if you look at a seasonal dock, there's no disruption in the bottom of the waterway. It's just setting something on top of it, or it could even be a floating seasonal dock. And sometimes people do that on their own. And if we increase the fees by 50%, I'm concerned that there's going to be people that are going to be working off permit. And I don't want to have the increase in the fees discourage people from going through that permitting process and just doing something on their own.
I see. Do we know when these fees were set in this particular section?
I don't have the answer to that. I do know when we spoke about this last time, Representative Weiler said he's kicking this section to Ways and Means to get their input on it.
Okay. Okay. And I certainly haven't heard back from them.
He
All
said
right.
he just said that on Friday. He had forgotten to send this section over to them.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with the fee increase if it applies to contractors or developers, because those are typically going to be larger projects that an individual homeowner wouldn't be doing on their own.
Well,
And they're going to probably make sure that they comply with all the permitting requirements.
okay. So there's two parts to the fee, right? One is there's a flat rate, but then there's an additional so much per square foot, right? And so I guess what you're saying is you want to have smaller projects have a lower flat rate
Correct.
or something like that. All right. Well, we'll look into the history of this, and if you want to prepare a possible amendment, we can consider it.
Okay.
This is for fixed docks only, though. Permanent,
No,
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 they-
dredge
that's
and
seasonal.
fill, no?
for permanent docks. It's not for like floating ones or temporary ones that you can put in and remove.
Proposed. Well, I don't know. It's
No.
dredge, fill, and dock surface.
Well, if you look at on page, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
If
go
you
ahead.
look at page 10, line 2, it does include seasonal dock surface area.
Mhm.
That could just be a floating
Yeah,
dock.
if you read the application, based on the amount of dredge fill or dock surface.
So you could have a dock surface with no need to dredge and fill. In fact, I would argue that all seasonal docks don't require dredge and fill.
Right.
They either float on the water or they may just have some pilings that sit on top of the sediment.
Well,
Go ahead.
we
Representative Weaver.
can talk to them again, I guess. I just feel like they're trying to increase fees to try to compensate for the work that's being done in the department, and this is all part of that broader discussion. I mean, I don't know if other people have heard from lakes associations or anything about this. I have not. And maybe they'll talk about it at the public hearing, but, I don't think they did this lightly. Anyway,
Yeah, it may also be, excuse me, Mr. Chair, but it,
Yes, go ahead.
maybe if projects that are approved through a permit by notification could be exempted, because usually those are just replacement projects, or, they're more defined as not having an environmental impact.
So I think Representative Ebel has a good point here, because these fees, however they're charged, go into paying for the expenses of the people doing the work, right? And so those expenses have been going up over time, right? So let's find out when the $400 was set, and then we'll go from there. Okay. I'll try to look that up. Okay.
Because, just one more thing, not
Go
to,
ahead.
kick
Yes.
it, but when I did bring this up with DES on Friday, my recollection is that they did recognize that there are different tiers to projects. Like, there could be smaller, more homeowner type improvement or replacement projects compared to the larger projects where somebody might be putting in a commercial dock or commercial structure. So I can pursue it with them, Mr. Chair, but where I'm thinking now is having a two-tiered fee system. Because I think they did say I think it was 30% of their permits are those smaller projects, homeowner-driven projects.
Right, but presumably somebody comes out and inspects it and whatever. I mean, there's a certain amount of expense that is unrelated to the size of the project. Okay.
Not for permit by notification, though.
Oh, okay,
I'm speaking from experience here.
okay. You have a doc.
Yes, I can give you my sob story sometime, yeah.
All right, we'll wait, and if you want to
Okay.
propose a
Okay.
change there, we'll allow. Okay. Now, the next one is the one that Representative Griffin objects to, and I do too. This is something I was originally okay with, but I've been thinking about, and that is these automatic increases, right? So I tend to think that it's we have to change fees to meet our budget today, but just putting in program spending over time, I don't like that idea. I think the legislature should look at things as they go. So there's no particular urgency, I guess is my point, in putting this in now. I mean, we'll make this biennium work as far as these fees go, but to sort of make it automatic in the future, I'm not that comfortable with this. Representative Eagle.
this actually says right in there that the fiscal committee would be required to approve or deny the increase. I mean, I think and as you observed, this is all throughout HB2, and I think the governor and the commissioners felt like it would make the whole fee situation less herky-jerky if they put something like this in and then had the fiscal committee review it.
Yeah, I guess I would, like I said, somebody who wants to help them out could put this in as a bill, right? And it's not going to affect this biennium in our budget, and the whole legislature could consider if they want to do this kind of thing with fees or not, right? I mean, I guess I just don't see the urgency of us doing it now. I'm assuming Representative Griffin would agree. Yeah, Representative Rung.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and in a way, I agree with you, but when I look at some of the fees that are in statute, it can take decades for them to be adjusted. It's not as though someone's just gonna, oh, this fee's 20 years old, let me put in a bill to increase it. So I kind of like the fact that they have an annual review, I actually think it might be better to make it biannual to be timed with the budget. But I don't think it's a bad idea to have it in statute that fees do have a reoccurring review every 2 years to be adjusted if necessary.
But see, my point is, this is starting July 1st, 2027, right? So you're perfectly welcome to put in a bill. That bill could pass. It could start July 1st, 2027, right?
Oh, for all fees, you're saying?
For all
Oh,
fees,
okay,
this
I see what
fee,
you
some
mean.
other fee,
Oh, okay.
whatever you want to do, right? You know, and then it'll go to whatever the right committee is, right? Like EDNA or resources or whatever, and it'll be considered, right? Just like, you know, and people will talk about it and all that stuff. But to sort of hide it like this in House, not hide it, but I mean, put it as, you know, one giant part of House Bill 2, it's sort of unnecessary in my opinion. Anyways, Representative Cambrils and then Representative Griffin.
Yeah, plus it says shall be increased. It doesn't have any allowance for decreasing should things happen. I don't like the idea of an automatic increase. It's better that we, the legislature, review these things all the time. And sometimes we don't increase for 20 years. Sometimes we'll have to increase every year, but I think it should be reviewed by the legislature and not be automatic.
Representative Griffin.
Yeah, in the interest of transparency, I would like to state that I do not have a boathouse. I do not have a lake house. I have a house in Mount Vernon up on the hill. There's no water anywhere near me, so I don't claim to be an expert. But it would be interesting for the sake of transparency to know how many of the members here do have lakefront property, if they want to volunteer it.
Okay.
I do not, so
Huh?
I'm up on a hill as well.
I have a former river behind my house.
Former river.
But there's no dock. There's very little water in it, yeah. Representative Eden.
We have a dock on Lake Sunapee that's part of a big dock owning operation. But, I mean, I'm sort of arguing in against my interest in this, so it's not really.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we have a right of way to Clough Pond, and we have a seasonal dock that we have out on the pond. So
Okay. Representative Martin.
I live a half mile from the ocean.
There you go.
So,
Depending on the storms, I have some, you know, ocean, I have a little bit of ocean front in my
There
backyard.
you go.
and I have a seasonal cottage. I call it a cottage. My husband calls it a camp, but it's in some rooms you can actually see the outside from it. So but we do have waterfront on Lake Kanasaka.
Where's that lake?
It's in Moultonboro. It actually feeds into Blackie's Cove in Center Harbor.
Gotcha. Okay. For whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
Any other comments, Representative Griffin? No, you're okay. All right, Representative Ewan.
Trying, there's so many things to remember in this process, but I swear when DES was in here before, on Friday, we talked about a biennial review of fees, and we took the word increases out. It said that it was to reflect the CPI, and it was a biannual review, and I think Representative Leishman wanted to add in something there about making sure there was fiscal committee review. Didn't-
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was what we talked about.
Yeah, and I think Melissa was going to talk to the chair about the cost of living adjustment being like regional, not US,
Yeah.
but the more I think about it, I'm beginning to agree with Representative Cambrels on this. There's no reason the legislature couldn't just review the fees every year versus putting it in, because the chair is correct. This will get buried and people will forget all about it. But we're
But if we come to
increasing the fee.
fiscal,
Well, we're increasing the fees substantially if we agree with that this time, and that's the first step. I don't think these fees have been increased since, if my memory serves me right, like 2005 perhaps?
We just,
Yeah,
Jack was just able to find it, and in 2019 is when these fees were increased.
okay.
So that's not that long ago,
No.
right? Yeah, so just for information, inflation since 2019 has been about 25%. So, so this is more
And we're
than that.
doubling some of the fees.
Yes, right. Well, we're 50%ing them, I think, is what we're doing.
Some of them are doubling.
Some of
as you
them,
go
yes.
on.
Representative Munz.
I think if we included this provision and maybe we changed it to biannually, I don't think it gets lost in the shuffle, but particularly if we have the requirement that it has to be reviewed by fiscal committee. I mean, what would happen every 2 years is every agency that has a fee would have to update their fees. They'd present it to the fiscal committee, and the fiscal committee could then make a decision. I mean, I like the idea of, I like the idea of there being a regular review that happens automatically, as opposed to hoping that some legislator thinks about, oh, let me introduce a bill to address fees, because otherwise we're going to, continually get into the jam that we're in now, where fees haven't been increased for many years.
Sure. But my point is, why should we make this decision about automatic stuff among just us rather than let the whole legislative process work on that aspect of it? Right? So Representative Run.
If you remember Friday, I did recommend changing the word increase to change and adjustment. So, but we would not be setting precedent at all by putting something in HB2 that should have been a separate bill.
Of course not. No, and I'm sure we're going to do it this time.
Right.
There's no question about that. But
I mean,
on this particular item, I'm slightly uncomfortable. Representative Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, we're not, shouldn't be in the business of raising fees automatically. The reason we're doing it this biennium is because we are in a serious deficit. If we let this happen automatically, fees could be raised automatically every year, and it could be unnecessary. We could have surpluses in the coming years. Hopefully, we'll have surpluses. So I believe that this is something that's why we're here. We're the Finance Committee. That's why we review these things. And if necessary, we'll increase fees, but shouldn't be automatic.
All right. So, should we take a vote on removing section 12? You want to do it that way?
I make a motion that we remove this section.
Okay, and I'll second that. All right. All those in favor? Okay, we got 4 opposed, 3. Okay. So we can remove section 12. Okay. At least I can cross it out. Made some progress. All right, 13. All right, where is 13? Yeah. Commissioner grants extension. This is trying to speed things up, I think. Is
Yeah.
that what it is?
Yeah, and just removing the specific Rivers Council provision.
Okay. And so we're okay with 13? Okay. All right. So Representative Ebel moves and Representative Campbell seconds. We keep section 13.
Yeah.
All in favor? Yeah. Okay. Unanimous. Okay, good. So, where are we here? Section 13. Gotcha. Okay. Now, section 14. So this is also an automatic increase thing, right? So I'd want to take that part out. So we're going to need an amendment for that.
Representative McGuire.
Yes,
I can give you a little bit of
Melissa, yeah.
background. So the requested amendment for this section 14 is a Senate Bill 110 as amended by the Senate is what they requested.
Oh,
So their
okay.
language, I verified their language is exactly as what's been amended by the Senate for SB 110. That's currently on its way to finance, may be heard tomorrow. But just for some background, that is what their amendment is requesting.
So with the automatic increase is in
The automatic increase is not in the Senate version.
Oh, I see. But the other stuff is
But
the
everything else is
150,000
identical.
square feet
Correct.
and all this kind of stuff.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
So maybe we'll end up replacing this with Senate Bill 110? Is that the
That was
idea?
that was DES's ask.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's good because then we don't have to think about it. All right.
Yep, 110 as amended.
But it's here or it's not quite?
It's in Senate, it's referred to Senate Finance.
Oh, I see.
It's a Senate bill.
Gotcha. So maybe we should take this out altogether, or but then there's money changes.
I mean,
Yeah. Go ahead,
What- I
Representative.
mean,
Ebel.
if in fact this is identical to SB 110, except for the automatic language,
Their requested amendment is identical.
okay, the requested amendment.
red
then
line,
we
the
could
red
just
line.
do their requested amendment and take out the
Yes.
automatic part. I
Which
think that's
is-
what you were saying.
In the red line.
Yes.
Yes. So we're talking about in the red line document, section 14. Oh, so this is a big deal, right? I see. Okay. Right. Okay. No, but see, the red line version does have the automatic thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we take that out and then it would be the same, I think, as
Okay.
the amended SB 110. Is that
Gotcha.
right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So should we be okay with that? Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. So why don't, who wants to move this? Representative Griffin wants to
I
speak.
have a question. Maybe I missed it last time we met. Or when DES was here. Are all these changes been run through the governor, saying it is the governor's budget?
Oh, if you're asking about the red line versus House Bill 2, clearly House Bill 2 has.
Yeah,
right?
clearly House Bill 2 has, but they're making major changes to House Bill 2 here. And it's the governor's bill. It would seem to me that it would start with her and then come to us, but, and I failed to ask that question last time, although it was on my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I tend to think that this is a level of detail that maybe the governor herself would not.
No, but I mean, it's tracking here and it's in her HB 2. I mean, the fee
just
changes
raising
are
the
pretty,
Yeah, I understand.
but it looks,
There's a little bit, this stuff looks slightly new, right? So
But not-
the 50,000 square feet thing looks new.
I mean, I'm fine with this.
We're okay with it? Okay. And if and when we get Senate Bill 110, we can reconsider it if necessary. Okay. Or they will, or something like that. So, you're okay with this? Yeah? Okay. So, all right. So why don't we have Representative Cambrils will move that we accept the red line version of section 14 to replace the existing section 14 with the exception of removing the paragraph that the sentence that starting July 1st, 2027.
So moved.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'll second.
And Representative Ebel seconds that. Any more questions, what we're voting on? All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, one opposed, yes? Okay, good. All right. So we're now done with 14. Okay. Good. And now we're back to boathouses. So, or we decided to wait on boathouses. Okay. Because that is the sort of thing that people come to public hearings to talk about.
Right. I mean, in fairness, and we might have to.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's 15 and 16. Now we're down to 19 and 20. So there's a bill about this, right?
So can I just summarize?
Go ahead.
So I'm just going to say that there is a lot of interest in this section. And there's a bill that has passed, HB 215, which I gave to you at the last, on Friday. There's a bill coming, HB 171, that has moratorium language in it. And then there's another bill, I believe, HB 707 that's coming, that they're working on the amendment right now. And then there's going to be the public hearing. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces to this. So I think we can see what happens on Thursday. I don't think we've really had a chance to talk at any length to the E&A folks at all, because nobody was able to come here on Friday. So I think, I really think we have to wait. And Mr. Chair, you may recall, I won't be here on Friday, so I would greatly appreciate delaying. I just
You want
think,
this on Monday?
well, or Tuesday. I mean, the thing is, this has a lot of moving pieces, and
Okay.
and you know that this is a real hot topic.
Yes,
So,
and at what point will we have all possible bills from the House?
I don't. I'm not.
Melissa?
By the 20th.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think
Right.
we get them, we'll have them we'll have our set this week, and then the next week we'll get the last round of them.
Right.
Okay,
But Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
we'll know what the amendment is by the calendar
I see what
coming
you're saying, yeah.
Thursday. And the one on the moratorium, I know is three years because they already decided it. So I know what that is. I just don't know in detail about 707.
Gotcha.
I just don't know,
gotcha.
but we'll have it.
Okay. All right, so the other question that I have is, to what extent does this section affect the budget? I mean, this looks like a lot of changes to a committee and other things. I guess there's a little bit of fee stuff in here.
Yeah, there's
right?
fee stuff in here. It does affect the budget because part of this landfill review is now going to be transferred from DES over to this SEC, and the SEC costs will be based on fees. So it will affect the budget, and I know it's something that the governor, I have been told, feels pretty strongly about. So to the extent it's reflecting her desires, and the houses, I think.
Okay, we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I really think this is a good thing to move forward with, considering everything that's going on. There is some urgency to this.
Well, all right, and to the extent we move forward, we'll do it with the House version and not with the governor's version, right?
Well, the thing is that that's what we're gonna have to talk about, because the House version does not establish an SEC, but I'm not sure they even really considered it.
I
That's
see what
why
you're saying.
it's really, but the all-encompassing approach is an approach that is already adopted by the House. So my idea was to look at the House version of the bill, to look at their comprehensive approach, and just try to see how
Make
they
it work
mesh with this.
financially and
And
so
I
on, yeah.
actually was planning on talking to the assistant commissioner about it at some
Okay.
point.
All right, so why don't we task you with coming up with a House Bill 2 amendment
Okay,
in this area?
all right.
Representative Ebel, I just wanted to let you know, they being DES is also putting together sort of a comparison and a side by
good.
side for us, so I requested that
Yeah,
on
because
Friday.
to tell you the truth, I did chat with them just briefly afterwards, and I said, we've got to reconcile these different things. Okay, great,
Okay.
they're on it.
Okay.
But that won't be ready by Monday.
Right.
This is a big,
Okay, well, as soon
Okay.
as possible.
okay, we'll play it like that.
Okay. Retirement system. Okay, so now that we've heard from the retirement system about this Group 2 stuff, I can't vote for what's in the governor's budget because basically, between the groups A, B, and C, well, not groups, what are they? Tiers. Between the tiers A, B, and C, maybe I should recap because maybe I understand all this stuff now quite well, but others probably don't remember. So so the key date in the Group 2 retirement system is July 1st, 2011. Okay, so they had a retirement plan that allowed that was fairly, moderately generous, I guess, at the time, and allowed what is now called spiking, which meant that you could work a lot of overtime toward the end of your career and significantly boost your retirement payments in such a way that the retirement system hadn't necessarily saved for that payments because it all happened at the end. So there were two major changes, well, maybe more than two, but there were some major changes made on July 1st, 2011 in the budget, because that was a year like this one where we were very short of funds. And so a number of things happened. One was put more of the cost of the Group 2 retirement, and really of all retirement, on the employee's portion and less on the employer's portion. Another change that was made was to the definition of compensation, of average compensation, right? So basically somebody's retirement, the payment they get is a multiple of three things. One is their average compensation over their final some number of years, right? So there's a definition of that. One is the number of years they worked, and one is just a factor, a multiplicative factor. And that multiplicative factor is quite different for Group 1s and Group 2s, because Group 1s are expected to have a 40-year career, and Group 2s are expected to have a 20-year career or something like that, right? So 25-year career now. So the multiplier for Group 2 is much higher than the multiplier for Group 1, but what they're putting into the system, what they're saving over time, is also much bigger to make the numbers all work out. Okay, so but the big thing that changed, one of the big things that changed was on that date was the employees were divided into these three tiers. Tier A was the people who were vested already in that date. So on that date, they had already worked 10 years. And essentially, their retirement system didn't change, okay? Tier B was the people who were working on that date, but had not yet vested. So those are the younger ones. Now they're older, right? But for those, there was significant changes to their retirement system. And we call those Tier B. And then Tier C is the ones who are not yet hired on that date, but that's 14 years in the past, so now we have some, right? And I suppose, if you wanted to, you could think of a Tier D, which is people not yet hired now. All right. And so over the years, there have been complaints about what we did at that time, and we have enhanced the retirement of Tier Bs twice. Once was about 4 years ago, and once was last year. And but we have not made any changes to Tier Cs at all. And Tier Cs and D, right, and newer people coming in considerably affect what we're trying to accomplish with these improvements, which is retention and recruitment, right? Tier Bs are the people who are now have been working at least 14 years, right? So, and they're Group 2s, so, they're toward the end of their careers, right? So, and some of them have been working, what is it? They could have been working 9 years at the time, so 9 and 14. So some of them have been working 23 years, right? So they're definitely getting toward retirement. Okay. What we are told by the retirement system is that the stuff in House Bill 2 strictly helps Tier B and does not help Tier C. And in my mind, there's two things wrong with that. Number one is the ones who need help and would most help our goal of retention and recruitment is tier C. Number two is this stuff in House Bill 2 is a give back in a lot of ways on spiking. All right. And that's one place I am absolutely not willing to go. Okay. So, because I think that what we changed on July 1st, 2011, with regard to spiking, was correct regardless of the financial situation, right? It's just something that made the retirement system, allowing spiking means the retirement system is somehow out of whack. You're not saving for the eventual benefit as you go along, right? So it's wrong. It's that simple. So I can't support what's in House Bill 2, but what I could support is what we had in House Bill 1467, is that it? 1647, whatever there was, from last year, which was removed from that by the Senate, right? So that bill had improvements, similar improvements for group tier B and tier C, okay? But the Senate removed the tier C portion and left the tier B portion. So what we could do is take this stuff out and put back in the tier C stuff, okay? Assuming, and all this is assuming we can afford it, right? Because all of this is new money, right? It's new spending. And we're trying, we have hard enough time meeting the old spending. and now this is an ask for new spending. So anyways, that's what I have to say about this whole thing. And I asked Melissa to prepare an amendment to House Bill 2 that would do just what I just described, which is change this stuff to the tier C stuff, right? And so I don't know what stage that's in, if that's ready or not ready.
It's still pending in OLS.
Okay. Yes, Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I like that plan because the fact is that over the last 4 years, as you stated, we've made a good faith effort to make reparations for the Tier B people for what was done to them back in 2011. But right now, if we have any money that we can spend, as you said, we don't even know if we have the money, but if we do, I believe that is better spent going toward Tier C so that we can have retainment and recruiting, improve our recruiting for these essential services. So,
Okay, Representative Munns.
Thank you. Since this is such a big part of HB2 and one of the major points of emphasis by the governor, before we make any changes, I'm wondering if we shouldn't invite the governor's office to come in and talk to us and just, and give us a chance to talk to them directly about, what they're doing, why they're doing it the way they're proposing.
So Mr. Jerry, yeah. Is that, yeah. Representative Rung.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Mr. Chair, but one point you made that I want to add some comment to is regarding the Tier B employees. Because even though they may have been working for 9 to 12 years, we've invested a lot of money in their training and their experience, and they're probably in their 30s, maybe late 30s. And what, at least from what I've read lately, the changes in the whole labor market and labor dynamics is those are the people that get cherry picked by other companies because they can usually go into another company and hit the ground running. I don't know how that translates with government service, but I just want us to just be wary. We may be careful what we ask for, because if we can't retain those Tier B employees, we may find a brain drain that happens if they do happen to leave. I think retaining people in their late 30s is as important as retaining people in their 20s.
I understand, but I'll respond to that, which is somebody, it's harder for somebody in that situation to leave the job than it is for a younger one, because every year they continue to work is another year on the multiplier for the pension, right? And we've already increased the number that gets multiplied by, and I think we did it in a way that's tiered, so that the longer you work, the bigger the multiplier gets, as well as the number of years going bigger. So there's kind of a double. There's already in law, I believe, an incentive to work longer, basically. Okay, Representative Run.
It's an interesting discussion to have, because if they do leave at that point in their career, they may be getting substantially better income. So do they consider that a trade-off with their retirement benefits? And many times, I mean, it could be what you're saying, just because many companies don't offer pension programs. So
So remember, we're talking here about Group 2. These are policemen, corrections officers, and firemen. So we are not talking about companies, unless, maybe there's some kind of security company or something like that, right? But generally speaking,
point, thank
yes,
you.
Representative Muntz.
The other, I guess, other concern I have is, we're focusing on the tier B individuals, and as you mentioned, there are some individuals in that group that had 9 years of service prior to this change that was made in 2011. And they were hired with the understanding that their pensions would be based on the formula that was in effect prior to 7/1. And that formula allowed their final average compensation to include things like overtime, et cetera. If the goal is to restore the benefits that they lost, then we should also restore the language around average compensation. I mean, I think it's a question of equity and fairness, kind of restoring something that was taken away from them after they were hired.
Yeah, and I think that kind of argument was what was persuasive to the legislature to do what we've done the last 4 years, right? But not the specifics about changing the definition of income. So I can, yeah,
Not changing the definition, we're restoring the definition.
okay, but there's strong reason to why that change was made, and it wasn't just to save money at the time, right? It was to make the retirement system save for, as you go along, for the eventual the eventual pension. Yes, Representative Evil.
Well, two things. I wondered if you had calculated the fiscal effect of your proposal versus what the governor has.
Right.
And then the second question was how that aligned with the ED&A recommendations
Yeah.
that were provided.
And to tell you the truth, I don't remember the answer to the second question. And we could look, but the answer to the first question is we think it's roughly half, I think. Is that right, Melissa? We think this is a 28 million instead of a 28
Yeah,
times 2.
it's probably
you
going to
know,
come in somewhere between 25 and 27 million, or
Okay.
a one-time,
a one-time,
I also
as
want-
opposed to a two-time. Yeah.
or 10, yeah, two-time in this budget, 10-year total. I also want to make one clarification for HB 1647 that was passed by the House but not passed by the Senate. And that is, there is a gain for Tier B Group 2 members, because what passed the Senate was 15 years. They had to work at least 15 years to get the 2.5 multiplier. The House version is 10 years. So Group 2 Tier B would pick up 5. They would have to work
Okay,
5
so it
years
does a
less.
little for
It does.
Bs.
I just wanted to point that.
I
And then
understand. So,
C
but
would be brand new.
but C's, yeah, and it probably, I mean, it's probably a little more expensive because we're talking about doing it a year later, right? So the longer you wait, I would probably, I would think that we may have to add like 6.5% to the to what was in the fiscal note last time, if you see what I mean, right?
I can see that point, and I think it may be offset by any people who have left
Sure.
since then.
Okay,
So
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what the numbers
So-
are, but
I mean, this is a detail, but basically, the unfunded liability grows by 6.5% per year, essentially, right? It's there's an assumed rate of return in giving them $1 today. If you don't do it, you have to give them $1.06.5 next year, right? And so, because we didn't fund this benefit last year, it makes it times 1.065 this year, kind of. But anybody in Group B who would have gotten their pension improved by this and retired in the meantime, once you retire, your pension never changes, right? And so they would not count, and therefore there's some savings. Yes, Representative Mons.
I think another thing, just following up on what Representative Ebel said, I mean, I think before we start making changes to language that's in HB2, I think it's important that we understand exactly what that language is going to cost. I mean, when the people from the New Hampshire retirement system were in, they indicated or implied that what's the language in HB2 will not cost as much as the money that's in HB1
You're right about that.
by about,
Yes.
I think it was like about $10 million, if I'm not mistaken, but don't hold me to that.
Hmm.
So I think it would be important to kind of know, again, I think it's important that we understand from the governor's office directly what it is that they were, their perspective on things, but then understand what's that going to cost. And then if there's an alternative that you or others want to suggest, what's the cost of that?
Okay.
So we can compare the two of them.
Yeah, apples to apples kind of thing.
Right.
Okay, so to what degree do we know the cost of these sections, Melissa? I mean, did the retirement system give us like a fiscal note type?
I'm in talks with them right now, so they have not yet, but they're listening now and they will get that back.
Oh,
but for HB2, they did the analysis on the 27.5 million, and that was overpaid over 10 years because it does reduce the unfunded liability. I think it was by like $100 million or something.
you're right, right.
So with that being said, though, that's a 10-year provision. I don't know how much of an impact it would be if you funded it to the actual costs. So there's two options, either 26 and 27, that 27.5 million would either go down, or maybe you'd pay it for 8 years versus 10 years, which in turn wouldn't impact
Yeah.
the budget.
Okay, maybe you can ask them not as a 10-year thing, but as a all-at-once type of thing, right? What's the actual number? And do that for both sides. So, yes, Representative Mons.
And I think what's important in the ask is that we ask them to cost it out, without there being any change in the unfunded liability. Because apparently
right.
what they indicated was that at the funding levels that are in HB1, it would reduce the unfunded liability by $100 million. Well, that's not what we're
Right.
asking.
But that's assuming whatever we put into they were assuming that we actually were going to spend in the next 4 bienniums the same that we're spending now. You see what I mean? So that may not be quite fair either, right? Yeah. Okay, Representative. I'm sorry, Melissa. Yeah.
So one other thing to think about. So when you're working with the retirement and funding, you have two costs that you have to pay for. One are restoring the benefits. So I look at it as like the backfill of the cost. So when you say the one-time, what would the one-time payment be? I assume that would be to backfill all the costs.
Yes.
The next
Not
payment
for the-
would be your future cost, which is included when you have 10 years of payments. Municipalities aren't going to increase any of their contribution rates because we're paying those with a general fund appropriation for 10 years. So if you do fund it at a 1-year backfill cost, there will be a cost for future years because those are a new benefit add, and new benefit adds cost money every single year.
Yeah, and it's not possible, well, it's because we have no idea how many police, fire, corrections people will be hired from now to the end of time, right? It's not possible to sort of cover all those costs today. Right? So at least some of an increased benefit does go on the employers, taxpayers later, right? I mean, it's just impossible. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. Whenever you're making a change to the retirement and giving a new benefit,
Right.
even if it's restored and then it's continued to be new,
Right.
that is always an increased cost that
Right.
will, if not paid for forever by
Right.
the state, it will be paid for by. the
But we can
municipality.
pay for it for those people who are now hired, and we know what they're going to be doing, right? So we have a reasonable idea. Okay. All right. So we're going to wait on this stuff, but I just wanted to make it clear where I'm standing on these sections. But this is a big deal because it spends more money. Anybody else want to make any comments? Yeah, Representative Leishman. And it was Representative Leishman's bill, which was House Bill 16.
Yes. I want
Anyway.
to thank you for all your help because you were a co-signer to
That's
that
right.
bill.
Yeah.
No, I would just agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to focus on the Tier C. That's what we're trying to do to bring parity, if you will, to the retirement system. A lot of work went into that bill by both ED&A, Finance Committee. It was the House position to do that as well. So it's going to be at least half the cost of the governor, what I've quickly figured on my napkin over here. So I think it's a way to go. We may not be able to afford even that,
That's
but
right.
I think at least takes care of those people that have been left off that we tried to take care of last year. So
Okay.
very simple.
Thank you. So now we can go to page 2 of our little list here. Does everybody have this, by the way? This is the updated. So Melissa puts this online, by the way. If you go to the LBA website in the Division 1 section, you can always get this updated list. So okay. But it's what's nice about it is the sections we've been taken care of are grayed out, so we can know kind of where we stand on it. Okay. Housing. So this is page 43. And section 72 and 73. So, what we put in the budget 2 years ago said that we allocated $5 million for this housing program, and so we said it shall not lapse until July 30th, 2025. Okay, so some of this money, if not all, is unspent, and so the governor wants this program to continue for another year. Okay, personally, I'd rather have the money. So, I would propose to remove this section, but I don't know what others think about it. Yes,
Do we know
Representative.
what the balance of that is in that fund?
Melissa.
So I spoke with BEA earlier this week. I believe about 112,000 has already been, 112,000-ish has already been expended from the fund for a position that was created to handle this. They do anticipate that they will be going to GNC in June to obligate the bulk of this money. And then I think the beginning of July, it will actually be expended. But as of right now, for any grants, there has been 0 grants that have been approved as they've been getting the program up and running.
Okay, so the point is, if we took this out, it would be up to GNC to decide whether to spend this or not. Okay. All right. Representative Mons.
So it sounds, Melissa, like, if I heard you correctly, that while the bulk of that money hasn't been spent, they have identified potential grant awards, recipients, et cetera.
Yes, they have exceeded the 5 million in requests for grant awards.
Okay, so if we took this money away, then those people would be,
Anybody who came in later
Disappointed.
than July 30th, 2025 would be out of luck.
That's
But,
correct.
but it would be up to GNC could simply refuse this item, right?
That's also correct.
Yeah. So, anyways, I just don't feel like extending it. Let's put it that way.
I mean,
Representative Evil.
I'd have a hard time voting against the removal, even though I feel like a lot of this money is gonna be all sewed up by, by the date. I mean, just knowing how everyone feels about housing, I guess the other thing I'd observe is I think this is really the only financial nod to housing that's in this budget because she hasn't put any other money in it. So,
Okay. Representative Run.
And this 5 million, it's not like we're going to be spending 5 million more. It's just really that it would be taking money out of that fund to go to the general fund if it is not spent by the end of June. So essentially what I've heard from Melissa is that there are applications that would consume all, if not most of this grant already with the money that's in there. It's not a new appropriation, it's money that's already there. So I would, and I also think, I mean,
But bear in mind that the general fund is $160 million short for the current biennium. So personally, if I were the governor, I would recommend to the council not to approve these things, right? Because it's her responsibility to make every biennium come out and not, I mean, what she did in the budget of taking 81 million from the rainy day fund, and from our point of view, 160 million from the rainy day fund, that shouldn't happen, right? So yes, Representative Muntz.
yeah, but I agree with Representative Ebel. I mean, if I was the governor, I'd certainly want to spend this because other than this, there's nothing in her budget for housing.
Okay. Anybody else want to talk about this? Yeah. Representative Griffin.
It's $5 million. We got to put that in perspective. It's hard to come by $5 million. We're scratching to get our share
Yes, yeah,
of what we got to come up with.
yeah.
And it's probably the least painful piece we can take away.
Yeah. Representative Campbell.
Yeah, and housing is not a new issue. It's been going on for the last, 6, 7, 8 years. And the fact is, they had the opportunity and they didn't spend it. And now we're in a position where we need this money for other important things. So I believe we need to take this money.
All right. So why don't we try a vote and see what happens? All right. So I think it's Representative Campbell.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I
Leach.
just
Representative
leaned
Leach.
over and asked Melissa if she could check, but we had money for Invest New Hampshire too last time, which was 10 or 20 million. So she's going to double check on what that amount is because that was to go to housing as well.
Right.
Yeah, my recollection was that we had two, one was for like 20 million and one was for 15 million, but there was money that was appropriated
And this
for,
is an even different one. Yeah.
and this is different. Yeah.
I mean, that's all correct.
Yeah.
but Mr. Chair,
Representative Run.
thank you. But it's not 5 million anymore because they've already expended some for the personnel.
You're right. So if we took this action, it would be up to the LBA to figure out what's likely to happen and put that in our surplus statement.
Okay, and also just to clarify, this isn't 5 million in new appropriation, right? It's money that's already in the fund?
It's money that was appropriated in the current biennium. Okay. The current biennium is short. The
Right.
revenues have not come in as planned.
Okay.
So this, among many other items, could be something that helps close that gap.
Okay.
Representative Evil.
I mean, the only thing I would say is if there is a vote in favor of repealing this provision, the real effect is that everybody just has got to get their act together and get to G and C by June 30th of
Right.
2025, and then it'll be up to the executive council.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not like the money is gonna disappear, it's just that it has
Right.
to be expended by the end of June.
Yeah. And in fact, I mean, the executive council has the authority, even if we left this in, to just say no to all these things and, you know, so it's not an end of the world kind of thing, you know, but maybe we would signal to the executive council that we think they might consider not approving these things, right? I mean, I guess that's it. Yeah.
If you read this, we're changing the date that it's gonna lapse. That's what we need to remove.
Right. So right. So if we
If we just let it lapse,
right. So exactly, right. If we remove section 72 and 73, then any money in this area would lapse at the end of the biennium. Yes, the current biennium.
and that's what we needed to do because we're short.
Yes, I would agree with you. All right. So back to this, Melissa.
I just wanted to make two clarifying points. One, there was 10 million for Invest New Hampshire, and then there was this 5 million. The House did have more, but they dialed it back. Representative Cambrell, as you were talking about the 15
Oh.
million, Senate dialed that back. So it was
Gotcha.
10 million for Invest New Hampshire, 5 million for this program. I also forgot to put one point that there was also SB 145 that was incorporated in HB 2 on the Senate side that gave 250,000 for administrative costs. So the 5 million would still be available for grants, that full amount. That 250 would have been reduced to 112.
Representative Eagle.
Wasn't there also money given to the New Hampshire Housing Authority? I thought that was another one. Anyway,
Probably.
if your point is that there's money that's there,
Yeah.
that part is true.
Yeah. I mean, just in general, unspent money from this current biennium is like the easiest possible cut, right? It doesn't lay off somebody. It doesn't, you know, so, okay. Are we ready to vote? Yeah.
I'll make a motion to remove are we just gonna remove the date?
Sections 72 and 73.
Yeah, make a motion to remove those sections.
Okay. Who's seconding? Representative Griffin seconds. Okay. All those in favor? Okay. What do we got? 4 against. 4-3. Okay. Motion carries. Good. All right. Now let's go to, all right. So those are done. Okay. Now, planning. So this is sections 74 to 77. And I wanted to ask the question, how much money is in these sections, if any? Are we allocating money? Are we removing money? What's going on there?
There is no cost to these sections. So this is just allowing sort of a reorg for the Division of Planning and Community Development. They already had someone in a position in another division. They're moving them over, so the salary isn't changing.
Oh,
So there's no
Yes, sir.
additional
Yeah.
position.
Representative Evil.
and no
I mean, I just
reclass.
remember this discussion and they just thought for efficiencies within the agency, they were, I don't know, if they were moving a office to a division or a division to a department, or it was just sort of reorganizing things in a way that made more sense. And I didn't recall that it had a financial hit to it. It's just,
Okay.
they think it's a efficiency move.
Okay. So I guess we can approve that? Does that sound?
Yeah, I mean, is
Yeah.
it just
It's a non-financial.
74?
I believe it's sections 74 through 77.
77 is just a cleanup. It removes a reference to a job training program that no longer exists
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
within the agency.
I'll make the motion to approve sections 74 to 77. Or is it?
76?
70,
It says 74.
you tell me. I'll make the motion.
74 to 77.
74 to
Okay,
77.
fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so it's been moved by Representative Evil and seconded by Representative Rung to keep sections 74 through 77. All those in favor? Yes, okay, unanimous, very good. Okay, 74 through 77. We got that. I mean, that's not to say we don't make changes in House Bill 1 to
Right.
the planning department, for example.
Yes, I-
Yes, okay.
Feeling that was on the.
Right. So now we have 78. Workforce Development Innovation Fund.
That's the one I just spoke to. Sorry, I referenced
Right.
the wrong section. That one, it just removes the reference to a job training program that no longer exists within the agency.
Right, it looked like some renaming kind of stuff.
Just 78 or
And it-
79?
79 is the same thing, yes?
I'll move that we approve 78 and 79.
Okay. Let me read
Okay.
79 just for grins here. Inserting, because this is a new section, right?
Is it?
Yeah. 79 is on page 46. So it's putting in this new section,
Oh, does it have money? Why
yeah.
not- Can I just change my motion to 78 and then we can talk
Okay.
about 79?
All right. So Representative Evil moves and Representative Rung seconds to keep section 78.
Okay,
All right. All those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Good. Now, section 79. Yeah. I read it and it looked generally okay to me, but I'm going to read it again here. Let's take a moment. Okay, so this seems to just give governor and council a little more input on these grants,
yeah.
right? Because
there's
they're already
no-
making the grants and they
So,
already, yeah,
There's no new money to
Yeah.
this, I don't think.
I don't think so either. We okay with that?
Okay.
Terms of office. Oh, no, we're just talking about
That's
section
aging.
78. Oh. Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I
79, I'm sorry, 70,
I don't
section
think there's
78.
money to this. I'm looking at our LBA friends. There's no new money or anything on this? No?
No,
Okay,
okay.
so, all right, I'll make the motion to approve section 79.
Okay,
I'll second the
all
motion.
right. So Representative Ebel moves and Representative Campbell seconds to keep section 79. All those in favor? Okay, good. All right, now,
This is just membership terms,
section,
80.
yeah. But I was thinking of getting rid of this Commission on Aging.
Well, can we just approve I mean, why don't we just do this and then you can,
Then later
Do it.
maybe
well,
undo
you can
it.
do what you want.
Okay.
Well,
All
not
right,
exactly.
not
Okay,
exactly.
I'll
but-
make a motion to approve section 80.
All right. All right, Representative Ebel moves and Representative Rung moves to retain section 80, subject to possible change later. All those in favor? Yes, okay, unanimous, good. Yeah, because there's not money there.
Okay,
Okay,
82.
all right, now,
This is just allowing them what other people do.
so this one I wanted to maybe finesse. Okay, so where is this?
82.
82 is
page.
the next page. Okay. By the way, did we tell Division 2 to remove 81? Are they aware of that? So Section 81 is the same as House Bill 193. So, or similar to. So I have a feeling that it's not needed in House Bill 2.
Yeah, I'm sure Mickey's tracking that, but I'll let him know.
Yeah,
He's been following the committee.
Make sure he
in the
knows
bill.
about House Bill 193, so, because it may not come to finance, because it's not a money thing. So they may want to take that out. Okay, thank you. All right, section 82. So what this says is that this is basically the thing that enables them to not, what they did in their budget, and I'm not thrilled with it, and we may probably make changes, is that they didn't budget any overtime, even though almost all the correctional officers are working serious overtime, like they have 5 regular shifts a week and 3 overtime shifts a week or something like that. So but instead they budgeted many unfunded correctional officer positions, right? And so what this says is you can take the salary money and the benefits money and all that stuff and move it into overtime. You can shift money around. What I'm uncomfortable with about this is that it allows movement among different types of employees, right? So we want to budget a certain amount of money for correctional officers, right? And some other amount of money for secretaries or cooks or, whatever else. And this might allow movement of money from the correctional officer salary position, not to overtime of other correctional officers, but over to the cooks and the secretaries and the other things. And so that's what makes me uncomfortable here. And so I was thinking possibly making it within similar jobs, right? Somehow within the same job, you could do this. Anyways, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see what you're saying, but based on the fact that the majority of the openings over there are for correctional officers, and that the majority of the overtime being worked is by the correctional officers as opposed to cooks and cleaners, I don't see a lot of that happening. So I recognize your point, but I don't see that. And this is the way they've been operating for the last few years, where it gives the warden the maximum flexibility to both be able to hire and fill positions when the opportunity occurs, and also to be able to keep the place staffed with overtime. So I wouldn't mess with it.
Okay. Anybody else? Representative Rock.
I agree with Representative Cambrus. I also, I have a question though, but doesn't it work the other way around too? So if there's funding and secretaries and cooks and stuff, they can, and that's not being used, they can use that for overtime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're going to do things with this department, I think, but when we get to House Bill 1. So yeah. So okay. I mean, you guys are probably right that it's not the end of the world. Representative Muntz.
I'm gonna pile on
Okay.
and agree with Representative Cambrus and Representative Rung. I think in a period when staffing is such an issue, I think providing the maximum amount of operational flexibility is important.
Okay. All right. So Representative Cambrels moves and Representative Munn seconds that we accept Section 82 of House Bill 2. Okay. And all those in favor? Okay. I'll be against. Okay. So fine. We accept that one. Okay. Good. All right. Yeah, now Section 83, I'm wondering if there's money here in that we're giving people, is there any raises or something in doing this? Because it says compensation, so that's why I'm wondering about that.
No, I think this is just cleanup language and is already occurring as is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so somebody want to move to keep it, all right. Representative Rung moves that we accept Section 83, Representative Ebel seconds. All those in favor, keep that, okay, good. Okay, no, good. Prison industries. Okay.
This is another cleanup section with no cost.
Well, not quite, because what it's saying is, and if you looked at the House Bill 1, I think you would see this, is that they're moving the cost of the employees in this area to the funds received from prison industries, right? As opposed to from the general fund. So, because it says it's taking out except for and putting in all, right? So those permanent personnel are now going to be paid for out of this account. Okay, I'm okay with it, assuming they are, but it is a change. It is a money thing. Okay, are we happy with that? Yeah. Any?
I think they're trying to save money.
Yeah.
Right, but Mr. Chair, aren't like the personnel, all that, isn't that charged to that account? Because I'm looking at line 34. It says charges for the sale of goods and services produced by the industries program shall be sufficient to defray the expenditures charged against this account. So
Right.
it seems like everything charged against that account would have to be provided by the sale revenue.
Right. But look at line 31. So the key thing is we're changing except for to all.
Okay.
Okay. So right now it says except for permanent personnel, all operating expenses is charged to this account.
Oh, okay, so now it's just
So now we're going to charge all permanent personnel operating expenses, all these other
to
things.
that.
So we're adding permanent personnel to this account.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
But those expenses have to be covered anyway by the sale.
The expenses aren't changing.
Right.
Right? They're already part of this account
Okay.
and so on. It's the personnel costs. And so I question them whether this account has enough money to cover those personnel. They said yes. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, it's a great store if you've ever, it's a great.
I
place
love
to-
going there.
I do too.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So Representative Rung will move to accept
Yep.
Section 84. Representative Campbell will second it. All those in favor? Yes. Okay. Yes. Unanimous. Okay. Good. And thank you. So we're done with corrections. How are we doing on time? We've still got.
52.
All right, information technology salaries. Is there money? All right, we're now on page 52.
This is just cleanup.
Oh. I'm wondering about that because in section, we're moving some people into HHs, right? From GGs or no?
It's only adding in business relationship management division, so it's just clarifying by division. So that person is already in HH.
That person's already in HH?
Yeah.
And the other one's already in HH?
The other one's already GG. And the other is HH, yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm wondering, why is it that this particular division, their director is an HH when somebody else is a GG? Do we know? Is this more important somehow, or?
I do not know off the top of my head, but I can find that out.
Yeah. Maybe there's no real change. We should just approve this.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Representative Rung.
I have a rookie question. So
Okay.
is GG and HH salary grades?
Yes.
Okay.
For unclassified, I believe.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. These are for unclassified workers. So these are the managers of these divisions, and HHs are paid a little more than GGs, basically. So. Okay. All right. All right. So we happy with this?
Yeah, motion to accept.
Okay. All right. So Representative Cambrils moves and Representative Rung seconds that we accept section 113. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Good. Unanimous. Good. All right. Now we have a bunch of Department of Justice things, and I'd kind of like somebody to come and talk to us about this because there's a whole bunch of these.
I've reached out, they did respond, so I think they'll probably be able to be here tomorrow is the hope.
Okay.
You want to hold those till tomorrow?
Okay. And I'm wondering, by the way, Melissa, on line 34 of this page, 52, it looks to me like there's a typo. I kind of think that a civil rights unit should be section D, or, should be a new section, right? Because this is a list of things that the Division of Legal Counsel has, and a civil rights unit is one of those things on the list, if you see what I mean.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
So go talk to the drafter. That unfortunately there already is a D and an E, right? So I think there needs to be an F, basically.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. All right, but when we see them, we'll maybe have an amendment for that. Okay. So now that takes us through. Maybe now back to section 124 on page 56. Is that the next thing? So this is an exception to 91A that says you can keep confidential records held by the executive branch under seal in a court file or in a confidential court file. So that seems to make sense to me. Yeah. Any problems with that? Okay. So 91A has a whole bunch of exceptions, right? Of things you don't have to disclose. And so under seal court stuff sounds like things that shouldn't be disclosed.
I have a real problem with weakening anything in 91A.
Okay,
I would like to strengthen it and get more of the exceptions out of there
okay.
rather than add them.
So you want to wait and ask the Department of Justice about this one? Yeah, okay. All right, we can do that. Yes.
Under seal is defined in 91A, or the process
Probab-
for getting something under seal?
Probably not, right? But I mean, you would think they would have to add a definition if that was the case. But
Yeah, I guess my thought on that as well was who determines whether it goes under seal?
I would assume the judge, but I don't know. Yeah. All right. We'll ask more about that. Okay. Very good. So next is, where are we? I guess we're still in Attorney General stuff, right? Section 125. Yeah. So this is, now we're in Judicial Council. Is that what we are? Right. Do we know what the change, is there money in this change? Are we, because I looked at this section and the $1,500 seemed to me it was like $300 currently.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about this section. I
Okay.
can get some more information on this one.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so now we have a whole bunch of Judicial Council type sections here. And I don't remember them talking about their,
Yeah, I looked in their presentation. It was in there and they haven't returned a fiscal note worksheet back to us yet. So I can reach out for 125
Okay.
to 127.
very
I'll
good.
reach out today.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna get more info from Judicial Council. Now, yes, Representative Griffin.
I think this is I hate to keep beating the same old drum, but this looks like it should be a separate bill to me.
Okay. Well,
It's repealing and it's, yeah,
120,
it's repealing,
Right,
repealing an RSA
and
and
reenacting,
replacing it.
Replacing,
It should be a
yeah.
separate bill, I think.
yeah.
I don't know why it's tied to,
To money, yeah.
Excuse me, Representative Griffin, are you on 128?
No, 125. He's still talking about these sections. Right, so we'll get some, right, and it looks like on 126, for example, we're adding a bunch of things that we can pay for, right? So, and 127, maybe we're paying people a little more. So, yeah, so we'll get some answers to these sections. Okay. All right, wage claim settlement account. 128 starts at the bottom of page 57. Okay. What is this? Special fund. Shall administer this fund. Okay. So, this looks to me like it's reasonable because we already have a law, RSA 275:53 Part 2, which this is where somebody has a claim against, their employer didn't pay them enough or something like that, and it's getting adjudicated, and so this is to make a dedicated fund for that purpose, right? And already they're collecting money and distributing it, but it seems like something that should be separate from other government accounts. So it's creating this wage claim settlement account.
Are these situations where a government employee is claiming they weren't paid, or is it private?
I think it's for everybody.
So, and then I guess, is it money that, pending the resolution of the issue, does the employer deposit the money in here so that if it gets ruled?
Yeah, I think this is one of those
comes
things,
from
I believe this is Labor Department, right? So it's where, somebody makes a complaint, and the Labor Department adjudicates it, and then they collect the money from the employer, and they pass it off to the employee, and maybe it takes some time, so, I tend to think this is okay. Yeah. But let me look it up just to,
And Mr. Chair, I would,
yes.
it should be revenue neutral because the fund would disperse
course.
funds that would eventually be collected from the employer.
Right,
Okay.
right. But
That's correct. This was a request by the Department of Labor to hold the funds. They already do this process, but it was just to carve out those funds and keep them into a dedicated account.
yeah, it helps their accounting, I think. Yeah. So I'm okay with both 128 and 129.
I'll second it.
All right. So Representative Rung moves and Representative Camberell seconds that we accept sections 128 and 129. All those in favor? Yes. Okay, good, unanimous. Very good. Now, 128, 120. All right, so these are okay. Now we're on 130 to 131. So,
It's not the same RSA. I don't really know what.
yes, so this is a different fund, and I'm guessing it's no longer in use, right? It is a special fund for active cases.
So
Probably
this-
the,
I can give you an update on.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this account is no longer in use. The last recipient who was pulling from this has passed away, so this fund is no longer needed.
Yeah. Yeah, this was some historical thing. Okay,
I'll move that we accept 130, 131.
okay. All right, so it's moved by Representative Rung and seconded by Representative Munns to accept sections 130 and 131. All those in favor? Okay, Any opposed? No? Okay. So here we go. 130, 131. We got that. Okay. All right. Now, hearings and awards, 132. Oh, interesting. All right, so this just looks like a cleanup thing on the date, right? So, what's that?
I think it does expedite payment because it says 5 days, that the payment will start 5 days after the decision is made as opposed to the decision's effective date. I mean, the decision's effective date could have been sometime in the future.
I suppose, but yeah. I guess I don't really see
I
a
don't
real
think it's an issue.
difference.
I don't think it's a big issue.
Yeah, but I would assume they know what they're asking for here. Seems very minor.
I'll move to accept it.
All right, why don't we, let's, oh, yeah, that's different than the next one. Okay. All right, so Representative Munns moves to accept section 132. I'm seconded by Representative Rung.
Do we know?
Representative Griffin.
Yeah, do we know what the cost of this is gonna be?
Well, it's not a state budget type of item, right? This is workers' comp, right? And so the question is, when does the employer,
Aren't we self-employed? Aren't we self-funded
for workers' comp?
for workman's comp? I think we may be self-funded.
Yes, but there is no cost to this. This is just moving the payment.
I'm pretty sure we're
Issuing-
self-funded.
Yeah.
If it relates to
Yeah.
us and not, not people outside of the board. Outside of the state. I'd like to know a little bit more about it before we vote on it.
Okay.
What information would you like? Because this is just changing the payment to be, if we're still on
I think it's just clarifying this
132
date,
is just-
right?
yeah.
Because the date, yeah, the date of the decision, right? So it makes it clearer that the date the decision comes out is the key date. And maybe there's some other places in law where effective date is some other date. I don't know.
I think they wanted the actual documentation, the issuance of the decision before the payment was made. So it doesn't adjust how much payments are made, where the payments are made from.
So I see what you're saying, we're just changing what exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, possibly it's later than, rather than earlier.
I think he answered my question.
Okay, good. All right, so, we're still moving to accept, section 132, right? Are we ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor, yes?
Somebody move it and somebody second.
Yes, Representative
Munns and Rung.
Munns and Rung, okay. All right, so we accepted section 132.
Sounds a little shady.
So Representative Sweeney, we're now going through House Bill 2, and we're about to talk about section 133 on page 58. Okay,
Representative McGuire, do you want me to give a little,
what's that?
do you want me to tell you what this one does?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so this one, the Department of Labor states that it's just, it's clarifying the existing composition of the Compensation Appeal Board that includes 27 members. So it's changing it to make up what the actual board is right now.
Because they can't find the other other 6 members. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Nobody wants to be on this board. Okay, well, only 27.
Probably save some money. They're probably paid.
Are they paid? Yeah. All right, so this seems reasonable, right? Yeah. Okay,
Make a motion to accept.
section 133. All right,
A second.
seconded by Representative Cambrils moves, Representative Rung seconds, that we accept section 133 of House Bill 2. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Good. Okay, 132. All right, 133. Good. Now we're on page 3 of our list. Okay. Section 134.
The same.
Oh, it's confidentiality. All right, so you want to ask, why do they want this? Is that it?
So their response on this is they're extending the existing workers' compensation claim confidentiality protection to records and proceedings of the Compensation Appeals Board, which are currently not covered.
So I guess the Compensation Appeals Board is somehow separate from the Department of Labor. Is that the idea?
I don't know the answer to that. I can look.
'Cause I would bet that whoever put in this RSA in the first place kind of thought, if they thought about the Compensation Appeals Board, that it was just, one of the sections of the Department of Labor, right? So, but maybe not.
It seems like it's a cleanup to me, Mr. Chair, that information that the Department of Labor has, they're bound by confidentiality rules, but that same information may be shared with the workers' compensation, the Compensation Appeals Board. So I would support accepting this.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, so this will be it. All right. So any other points? Anybody want to object to this? No? We're okay. All right. So Representative Rung moves that we accept section 134. Representative Munn seconds. Anyone? Yeah. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Unanimous. All right. We are going to break for lunch. And all right. So we've done with 134. Okay, good. So we coming back, is it 115, Melissa? Yeah.
Didn't say anything.
Okay. And Republicans will have a caucus in this room.
It's actually whenever you want, because we're scheduled the whole day. So you can pick the time of when we come back.
All right. Let's make it 115. All right. too, that'll be an item, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So,
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
yeah. Yes, so raising fees seems to be a popular method, anyway. Okay, so let's go back, where were we on our list here? We're on page 3, Department of Labor reports, I guess, section 135 on page 59. Is that right? And by the way, we heard that the Department of Justice is coming in about an hour and 20 minutes. Okay. So, all right, section 135, it's at the bottom of page 59. Yeah, it's just changing genders. Yeah, this is an easy one. It has no, it's just a, yeah. It's substituting the words "the labor commissioner" for the word "he." Okay. Okay. All right, Representative Rung moves, Representative Campbell seconds that we accept section 135. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? Okay, good. All right, 136, is that next?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to suggest that we change it to he, she, they,
Yeah, right.
all that stuff.
Too late. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, workers' comp hearings and awards. Oh, yeah. So this is just about well, there's two parts. So, no, it's just this. It's just about, can you send somebody an email notice? And it's whenever somebody agrees. Why am I so loud? Am I
Look at where you are, 60.
Am I so close to the microphone? Anyway, so this is just a change on line 23 and 24 to say you can send individuals an email as opposed to, as long as they consent, rather than send these emails as long as everybody consents, if you see what I mean. So this is a nothing thing. Okay. Okay, Representative Rung moves, we accept section 136. All right, Representative Sweeney seconds, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, opposed? Okay, no, unanimous, okay. That's that one. Now 137. This is the elevator fee. So we were thinking about raising this one. Right?
Did we hear from him?
I have not. Did we ask Commissioner Merrifield about, yes, Representative Rung.
Yeah, I don't think this is raising the fee. What it's doing is it's requiring the fee before the certificate is issued.
Yes, right. No problem with this, but it's just, we had talked about raising the elevator fee at the time, right? And so, but we were going to get a confirmation from the,
Oh, that's right.
I will follow up on that request. They did say that, but I'll check in with them.
okay, find out. Yeah, and you can check, or Jack can check, when was this changed, right? So, all right, let's move on to 138. So we'll leave this open for the moment. Civil penalties, which seems pretty normal, right? All right, now the next one, 139, failure to comply. Things that could result in a civil penalty, is that what this list is? I and J. Right, they're adding two things that could result in a civil penalty. Failure to comply with RSA 281-A and violations pursuant to 276-A.
So this is adding disputes related to application for reimbursement from the special fund for second injuries.
Oh, this is second injury stuff?
It is, yes.
Yeah, that's 140.
We're talking about section 139?
Yep. RSA 281 A:54.
No,
No, we're on my 139, which is.
Line 31.
RSA 273:11A.
Yeah, but they're adding 281A.
All right, I'm gonna look that
Yeah,
one.
281A is this, second
270.
injury fund.
Oh, okay. So this is the section that says, first you give a warning to an employer, and then if the defect is still 30 day still gone, still there for 30 days, then you can issue a fine, right? So this is something we did years ago to give employers warning that we're about to give them a fine, okay? And so the list is things that don't need a warning. Okay, so for example, failure to pay an employee in full and on time. You don't have to be warned about that because you know you're supposed to do that, right? Things like that. So this adds to the list things you can fine right away without giving a warning first. Okay. So, and they look fairly broad, right? They're about whole chapters, right? 276-A is a chapter, and 281A is a chapter.
They probably feel like they have to act. They probably feel like they have to act quickly in that case. He didn't speak about this to us, did he?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
It's
Representative Ryan.
probably for Melissa or Jack. Do we know what the fund balance is of the labor restricted fund that was established in 273:1A, B, 1B?
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at line 29. It says all monies collected under this section shall be deposited into the Department of Labor restricted fund.
Oh, I see.
I was just wondering, what is the balance of that? Have we been collecting a lot of fines?
And what is it used for?
Right. Is it, I'm assuming it's non-lapsing.
Yeah. It's unclear. That could be their whole budget fund, right?
Oh, that's true. Like
Because
DES
they're an
says.
off books kind of, they're not in the general fund. They're in their own stuff. So I have a feeling that's probably their whole
Okay.
budget.
It's actually a small fund. It only has
Oh, no?
$68,000 in it at the
Oh,
end of
okay.
24.
And what is it used for?
It's funded from fees, license, certifications, and civil penalties. And then the expenses, so it receives about $400,000 a year with a little bit of a carryover. The expenses in 24 were 400,000, and that is to fund the administration division and inspection division. So the fund is required to finance the operations of the Department of Labor not associated with workers' compensation.
So, question.
Representative Rung.
Thank you. So Melissa, so you're saying it just has a $68,000 balance?
Yes, because it looks like whatever the fees and fines and penalties that are coming in, those are then expended to pay for the operations of the Labor Department not associated with workers' comp.
Okay.
So whatever's coming in, it's funding. So it's
okay.
pretty close to being flat funded with a little bit of a carry forward
Yeah,
every year.
I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, but in any case, section 138 is strictly a technical type of correction, right? I mean, if some other part of law says you can do this, this says okay, right? So it's like, yeah. All right.
Second.
All right, so we're still, okay, we'll just vote on 138 only. Okay, so Representative Rung moves and Representative Ebel seconds that we accept section 138 of House Bill 2. All those in favor? Yes, okay. So that one is done, but 139, that one's more of a question. Right? So,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I
Representative
mean,
Ebel.
it seems to me that if there are misgivings about it, maybe we could at least give the Commissioner of Labor an opportunity to say why, if we're touching base on the fee issue anyway.
Yes, ask about 139. She says, ask the Commissioner of Labor to comment on why Section 139 is there. Why do they not want to give a warning in these particular cases?
Yep, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to wait on that one. All right, wait. Okay, now 140. Second injury fund. Now, we had this whole thing to get rid of the second injury fund, and we ended up not doing it. But I'm wondering if we might want to reconsider that, because it seems like it's a huge amount of work for not much benefit, right? It's
Did we have a bill?
well, we had one last 2 years ago.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, yes, Representative Munns.
so for us newbies, so there's a separate fund for second injuries?
What it has to do with is if somebody's getting workman's comp for an injury and then they later get hired by somebody else and then they have like a second injury, okay? The question is, does the cost of that apply strictly to the second employer, or maybe should some of it be collected from the original employer? Because maybe, you know what I mean? And so it tends to be a wash for any employer of any size, right? Like the state, for example, right? But the main problem with it was that people have to apply for taking money from this fund, right? Taking money from the second injury fund. Everybody pays into it kind of automatically, but when the circumstance happens, then the employer has to apply to be reimbursed from this fund. And generally speaking, the bigger employers are better at that than the littler employers, right? And so that was the reason for getting rid of it. But we ended up not doing it for whatever reason.
So I'm just trying to understand. So workers' comp, money that's collected from workers' comp, some of it gets deposited into a first injury fund and some of it gets deposited
Yeah.
into a secondary injury fund?
I think so. I mean, it's in general. I mean, the first injury fund, the main fund of workers' comp is huge, right? It's a lot of money, but the second injury fund is there to cover these circumstances, and it could be one of these things where, you know, if the amount in the second injury fund isn't enough to cover its expenses, then it automatically draws from the other fund or something like that, right? So the rate of workman's comp, the cost to employers of workman's comp is based on experience, right? So when the fund gets to be some limit, like $400 million, then the rates go down, right? And then when the fund starts to drop, then the rates go back up. You know, it's one of those kind of things. So anyway, why don't we ask about that? And because at various times I've talked to the Department of Labor and the Department of Administrative Services. Do you like the second industry fund? Do you not like this thing? And generally speaking, it seems like the Department of Labor thinks it's it's just extra complication that's not needed, right? And because they have to implement it, right? But Department of Administrative Services tends to say, get rid of it or keep it based on last year, did I get more than I spent? Right? And so I don't know. To me, I would simplify the world and get rid of it. But why don't we ask a question of the Department of Labor to see if they can send somebody to really explain the second injury fund, okay? And see if you can get back the bill that would have gotten rid of it, and present it as a possible House Bill 2 amendment, okay? And find out the history of it and all that stuff. Okay, good. So let's wait on this one. So where was it? Okay. So we are on 141 now. Oh, is it the same RSA? 281A 54, 281A 55. Yeah, so this is probably more of the same, right? Okay. Now, so section 142. Okay, so 140 and 141 are together, okay? 142, this one is there because it's paying for the, that's the line in House Bill 1 that has 5 million the first year and 28 million the second year. Yeah, Melissa?
I'm only going to pause you on that because you are correct and that's what we heard, but then we did get follow-up information from New Hampshire Retirement System, the business office versus what Mark Kavanaugh had spoke about. So do you want to talk to it? I mean, stop.
So,
Okay, so what, this is actually a request from Retirement System. It is in that same unit that the retirement funds are in, but it has
But
nothing.
not to do with
But it
it.
has nothing to do with the
oh,
retirement
I see,
thing.
okay.
So they're just trying to clarify that their funds are non-lapsing. Apparently there was some miscommunication back and forth. They used to be considered non-lapsing, and then over the last year or two, DAS wasn't sure if they were supposed to be lapsing or not, so they were lapsing, so it's causing issues in retirement's budget. So they're asking to put it in there that they're non-lapsing funds.
Okay. I mean, it seems reasonable, I guess. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. The main thing is, so I've gotten some feedback just from constituent types that we're letting the retirement system grow too much, right? They're asking for like 6 or 7 more employees out of, they have 78 or something right now, and they think the expenses of the system are too high. So, this, there's a question as to whether we want to allow that number of new employees, because it just basically goes on everybody's, 80% of their costs are property tax, right? So it's something we might want to not allow that to happen. Okay. But do you want to approve this one thing? Yes? Are we happy with this? Okay.
I move to approve section 142 of HB 2.
Okay, do we have a
Anybody
second?
second?
Representative Sweeney. So Representative Evil moves that we accept section 142 of the House Bill 2. Representative Sweeney seconds. All those in favor? All right. Unanimous. Okay, so 142 is done. But we'll come back to the budget of the retirement system. Okay. Next is 153. Oh, no. We did 155 on page 65.
Oh, that's the one you were wondering about.
Yes. Okay. So I have now, so this is about RSA 31A, suspending it. I have now read RSA 31A. It's completely obsolete. It's full of stuff like in 1970, we're going to send so much to this place. And, it is way out of date. So my recommendation here is, rather than put this in the budget year after year after year, why don't we just repeal RSA 31A? Okay? Because it's been suspended for I don't know how long. But it's not, as far as I can tell, it's completely unworkable. So my suggestion would be replace this with something that just says repeal RSA 31A. Representative Muntz.
Is there any language in that RSA that, enabling language that for some kind of a program where, what you have to do is just change the date? Or is it just really,
It's-
really
It's
out of date?
similar. It's similar in concept to what we currently do with the rooms and meals tax, right? Sending money back to towns based on a formula.
Okay.
Okay. The problem is, it's one of these things where it's like full of exceptions, right? In 1989, do this, and in 1970, do that, and in because every year they decided, for whatever reason, to give a little more to this town. It's like the stuff that happened with Adequate Ed, right? And the spreadsheets and all that stuff, right? They decided to change the formula this year, that year, and the other year. And like I said, it's been suspended for a very long time. Let me show you where the source of funds is, because it's not the rooms and meals tax. It's other taxes.
Can I,
Go ahead.
so, I mean, I understand that we consistently suspend it, but it's kind of a big move to repeal it. I guess I'd feel more comfortable agreeing to that if I saw what your proposal was to replace it.
Okay, well, so the last time anything in this chapter was changed is 1999, 26 years ago. I suppose Melissa could research the last time it was anything was paid under this chapter.
But you have an idea for an alternative, right?
No, my alternative is change the way we distribute rooms and meals tax.
Oh,
Okay, so that one is elsewhere, right? I mean, we could take that from elsewhere, make it a new
I thought
RSA.
that's what you were thinking about.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's reasonable. But anyways, so here's the taxes that go into this thing. There's the tax on machinery, the tax on stock and trade, the tax on neat stock, the tax on poultry, the tax on motor vehicle fuel pumps and tanks, the tax on certain machinery, the tax on domestic rabbits, the tax on fur-bearing animals, the tax on portable mills, the tax on stud horses and jackasses, the tax on forest products. Okay, so you know what I mean? It's obsolete. Okay,
Well, don't you think it feels like a ways and means kind of a thing, though?
yeah.
Language. I'm just looking at it too. There is language in 31A4 that says, under no circumstances shall the amount appropriated under this section be less than $47 million.
I know.
That's why they always suspend it.
So that's a big deal, right?
Right.
I mean, if you're going to eliminate that.
Well, it is and it isn't, because the amount we send back under rooms and meals tax is $140 million. Okay, so that's a big deal. This is not quite.
Can we just think, this is really big to repeal this, I think, from a New Hampshire Municipal Association thing. I would like to suggest we talk about it after you, because you're thinking about all these things. I know you had an alternative in rooms and meals. And I thought at one point you had this concept of moving it over here.
Yeah,
to
because
the
I
section.
thought that the way this had a formula, it was a similar formula to what I was thinking about. But it turns out, so the formula is in, I don't know where it is, but 31A. Or, but it's not quite the same. It's not really
I
relevant.
don't think
so.
I'd want to go back to my constituents and say that I repealed the revenue sharing portion of
Okay,
this
well.
statute. I don't know how others feel, but I don't think that would get a good reaction.
Yes.
But if we haven't used it since 1996,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it takes away even the option.
Yeah. You want to collect the tax on fur-bearing rabbits?
I
or
do,
whatever?
it's my favorite thing. Well, no, I
Dead
mean,
or alive,
To
yeah.
me, it's ripe for a second look, but to just sit here and repeal it entirely is
All
a
right.
little angst-inducing.
All right. Representative Run.
I agree with Representative Ebel, but when I'm reading 155, it just says suspension, not repeal.
Yeah, it is, but
Yes.
what he's saying is just to repeal it.
No, I would accept 155, the suspension, but
Yeah.
not to change, not to amend this to make it a repeal.
All right. How does other people feel? Okay. Anybody else?
I would be okay with repealing it.
Okay. No? Repeal. Huh?
Mr. Selectman?
Okay. Yep, Mr. Selectman. All right. Now let me check something here because I wanted to look up whether some of these taxes it refers to are themselves repealed, right? It's because I think they
I
are.
used to own rabbits and I never paid a tax.
Yeah. So let
Conflict of interest.
RSA.
I mean, I had a lot of.
All right, so let me write down a couple of these things, right? So it's 73:26. All right. 72:17. 72:16. All right. Because you'd think they'd have to, if they repeal that, they'd have to repeal all the references to that, right? But it doesn't seem,
I feel like we're doing this on the fly, Mr. Chair.
yeah, well, we got
And
a little time.
if we just suspend it, it's suspending the revenue sharing. There's nothing that doesn't say in the future,
Yes.
if we keep
Okay.
it, we could, maybe revenue share another tax.
Okay. So for example, it refers to RSA 72:16. That was repealed on March 31st, 1970. I mean,
Hippie tax.
yeah.
Could
Yeah.
we just pause the decision so we all would have an opportunity
All right.
to look at the statutes?
Fine. Go
Like
ahead.
that, I mean, it's kind of a big deal, I
All
think,
right.
even though it hasn't been paid.
All right. All right. We will wait. We'll come back. That's fine. All right. Now, what are we on here? We're on, oh, okay. So that was 155. So this is Wade. 156. Oh, this one's important. So if we don't leave this in, it will cost us another 30 million, I think, is the way it works. Because it was put in the budget a year ago to say in fiscal year 26 and 27, you will allocate this. So it's not like we set aside money for this. It's a program spend, right? So it's like it's a spend that will occur on such and such a date. So this is a big deal. Okay, can somebody want to make a motion to accept section 156?
I have a question. We had a public hearing on a bill to fund
Yes.
this. So how does that work?
Well,
I wouldn't want to repeal this if that bill doesn't pass, because I know in Merrimack, we have a significant wastewater treatment plant. We take waste from over a dozen communities and the state to process, and we rely on the state aid grants to help fund that. If this goes away, the cost to those other communities is going to really jump.
this is adding money to the loan fund, right? So the loan fund is large and we add a little bit every time, right? But it can still make loans. It just won't necessarily make the last few loans that people asked for. So, Representative Evil.
I actually had a very brief conversation with Brody Shays or somebody from the Municipal Association. There apparently is a backlog, even though the grants haven't been made. There is quite a substantial backlog for these grants, but it didn't sound to me like it was this amount of money. So if we greatly reduced it and maybe put 5 million in instead of 30, maybe this backlog could be worked off or make some kind of effort toward it.
Other thoughts? No?
He didn't like that thought.
Yeah, I don't, because to me, this, if you take this out or change it, it's new spending, right? And so in my big list of new spending, the thing at the top is the YDC settlement fund, okay? Not this. So, you know, this is an easy cut. It's not even really a cut because it's just don't spend, don't appropriate, right?
There's already existing funds, there is a fund, and they also get money paid back, so into the fund, so
Yeah,
I think they can go without for 2 years.
okay. All right, can we vote on this?
No.
Yeah, Representative Munns.
But and I think this is what Representative Evil was getting at. I mean, I'm assuming that knowing that this would be available, that there are projects in development that will not be able to go forward if we eliminate this source of funding. So it would be good to know, you know, what is the backlog of projects?
Yeah. All right, Representative Campbell's.
No, I don't agree. The grants haven't been made yet, so nobody is counting on this money. The only people that are counting on money are the ones that have already put in their applications where money was already available. This money never got there, so it shouldn't even be considered.
Okay, so, all right, one more.
The reason I want to keep this in is there are pending EPA regulations on surface water discharge that will, I know they're going to require upgrades to any wastewater discharge plant that goes into public waterways. And I'm thinking of the Merrimack River. I'd hate to put municipalities in the real bind that they have to comply with those regulations and there's no funding that they could tap to help out with that expense.
Representative Evil.
Yes, sorry. I mean, I just want to say, have it on the, so I'll be opposing this motion to repeal it. I understand 100% why you're moving ahead with it, but I'm recalling the discussion that we had with DES, the testimony on the Bucco Buck bill, whatever it was, and I asked her very specifically if the ability to upgrade wastewater treatment plants related to housing expansion, and she said very directly. So there is a relationship from that standpoint, because if these treatment plants can't be repaired or upgraded, their ability to take on more customers is affected. So there is another alternative to do like maybe 5 million instead of 30, but if, you know, I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak on this? No. All right, Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As much as I'd like to support the $15 million a year for 26 and 27, we just don't have the money. We really don't. We've got Bucco Bucks, that bill is sitting in our retained pile, so we could go back and pull on that. But I'm concerned that we keep putting money there and giving false hope to people that we're going to fund these programs, and we just don't have the money.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say Representative Cambrils moves to
I
accept.
want to make sure I get the motion correct, so it would be, we want to repeal so that we get.
We accept section.
Accept. Let's make a motion to accept section 156.
Okay. So Representative Cambrils moves that we accept section 156, seconded by Representative Sweeney. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All right. 4 against, 3. Okay, good.
5 to 3.
Sorry, 5 and 3. Am I not counting right? Okay. Somebody new showed up. Oh, very good. Okay. Now, now we're down to section 158. Is that right? I think we accepted already 157. Okay. So 158, so this one I'm concerned about because it removes a fee. I think these few this section and the 160 both seem to remove fees. Do you know how much money is involved? No?
I don't know why
Melissa? No?
I don't on this one.
Right,
they
maybe you
didn't-
can find out
I
for
will.
158 and 160. Now, 159, we were told that the decal program doesn't pay for itself, right? So that's this one.
But Mr.
Yes.
Chair, I know that there is a conversation going on between DES and New Hampshire Lakes, and we had asked DES specifically to get back to us on that. So I would not want to repeal it right now,
Okay,
because there was, but I don't think we really.
They were the ones that wanted to repeal it. DES wanted to.
Yeah, they do want to repeal it, but New Hampshire Lakes is saying that it's about to turn a corner and make money, and they were going to have a conversation. Adam agreed to speak with them, and I know
Okay.
that is happening, so it just seems like,
All
since
right.
we already said. But I don't remember them even talking about 158 and 160 repeal. I don't really understand exactly what's going on.
Okay.
They
Maybe
talked about
others.
160. I don't have a recollection of 158.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that.
okay. So we'll get some
Oh, I just got.
more information, I guess. Okay, 161. So we're going to wait slightly on this. Okay. Oh, yes.
Regarding 159, that did make money last year, and I think
Yeah,
to represent, I mean, I don't think we should, if it's making money, even if it's 4,000, I don't believe we should repeal it. And I did talk to Andrea Lombardo about this from New Hampshire Lakes, and she said the cost of administrating it has gone down greatly because they have the ability to accept credit cards. And I guess not accepting credit cards add a lot to the cost. So even if it's 2024, it made $4,200. That's, why would we, get rid of that if we don't have to?
But it seemed like it didn't really do much except sell people decals, right? I mean,
Yeah, but in the selling, it raised money. Anyway, I just feel in fairness, Adam said he was going to talk to New Hampshire Lakes and come back to us.
all
So
right.
I don't want to have a program that costs them money either, DES. So we'll just,
Representative Campbell.
If New Hampshire Lakes can prove that they're making money, I'm good with that. And
Yeah.
But again, I'm just curious what, DES was so adamant that they're not making money. So, and again, I know Andrea very well from New Hampshire Lakes. I'll trust her opinion. So hopefully they'll come back to us pretty soon with that,
Yeah.
with that answer.
All right. 161, acquisition of,
Representative McGuire.
yes, Melissa.
160, the department did speak of this one and they requested that to be deleted out of the section. They originally talked about putting it in and then there was a change in the federal funding. So they were worried about receiving that federal funding anymore and recommended that the language be deleted.
oh,
Is,
deleted and,
is that in
That's in the long sheet that they
the
gave.
red line thing?
No, I think it's in the
oh, okay.
legal.
So they just want it deleted from HB2.
Okay,
Well, I'll make that motion.
okay, 160.
Yeah, I move
160,
that we remove 160 from HB2.
All right. All right, so moved by Representative Evil, second by Representative Rung to remove section 160. All those in favor? Okay, good. All right, that one's done. All right, so this one was crossed out. Okay. Now, 161, there's a different language on the red line form.
Oh, they're adding a dam?
Right, they want to add one more dam to acquire for $1.
We already voted on that one.
We did?
with the red line. Yep,
Oh,
we
okay.
voted that.
Very
That's when it
good.
says amending pending. OLS has that.
Oh, is that why you didn't make it gray?
Oh, it's great on our sheet.
It's great on yours? Maybe I
Yeah, it's-
printed it.
It's great.
I printed it a day earlier, so,
Maybe I did too.
yeah.
It says
Not gray on
amendment.
mine.
Hey, you have an older sheet. Because it says amendment pending.
No, but I'm on 161.
Yeah, 161.
There.
Oh, okay, your sheet.
Oh, you know what? You and I
You
have
have a
older
older sheet.
sheets.
You have the 310, 2025 on
Yeah,
the,
all
on the
right. I've
top
got the
left.
right one now.
Yeah,
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 Yeah.
mine is 37 or
yeah, I had the same one.
something. Okay.
There should be
All
one
right,
in front of
I've
you.
got it. Yeah, here it is.
There's a new one?
Yep, you should have one, Representative McGuire.
Keep
Oh,
looking to yours. 'cause you-
well, that's right.
There
Okay.
it is.
All right, there we go. All right. Good, all right. So... Wait a minute, what is it?
Page
Oh.
4 we're on.
Okay.
On the sheet.
162. Okay, there we go. All right, so I see, so we accepted a whole bunch of these. Okay, 167. Okay, so this is another one that has automatic fee increases that I'd like to get rid of. So 167. Right. So the sections, it's starting July 1st and so on.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I wonder
Representative.
if it would be more palatable to you, because I do not like the idea of having bills come forth to do fee adjustments, because it takes a lot of time and energy on behalf of staff and representatives and whatever to have bills for fee increases. So I'm wondering if, like on line 12 on page 68, if we take out the word shall and put may, would you be more satisfied with that? No?
No, because they will.
I thought I'd throw it out there.
Okay.
I think we should be consistent. We already killed it in another area. And I would move to kill this. Second.
Okay.
So does,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
More discussion. Yes.
Well, no, I'm afraid that ship has sailed, so I'm not going to barb. But the thing where it says the commissioner shall adopt rules, does that relate to the whole paragraph or just,
Where are we talking about?
it's the last bolded line, it's line 16. It says the commissioner shall adopt rules to implement this paragraph. So if we're deleting, maybe we should just delete through the word dollar. I'm not sure. Because it says the whole paragraph.
Ye- No, but it has fee increases, which presumably we're okay with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
the
I feel like the last sentence of the bolded language on 16 and 17, we need to retain. And the only thing we're deleting is the section that allows the increase
You know,
under the CPI.
I sort of wonder why that sentence is necessary, because in general, commissioners adopt rules when we make law changes, right? I mean, so do we really need to say so here, there, and everywhere? Yeah. So I think that is just, they put in this boilerplate for the consumer price thing, right? Because all of them are reading that way.
Just kill it, starting July.
Well,
And the same thing is true for the next one on page 168, section 168,
yeah, I
has
think you're right.
exactly the
Well,
same.
presumably they're going to watch the live stream. If they've got heartburn over it,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sure
can-
they'll let us know.
We can change. Okay. All right. So on section 167, Representative Cambrils moves that we accept this section, but eliminate the
Bolded
the
language.
bolded language, the two sentences starting on line 11 of page 68, starting July 1st, and so on, down through this paragraph.
Right, line 17.
Yes, through line 17. Yeah? Everybody clear what we're voting on? Oh, who seconded this? Okay, Representative Griffin second. All right, all those in favor? Yes, okay, we got 5 and against, opposed, opposed.
No, I'll.
You're in favor.
I'll go.
6-2, okay, very good. So now, this was section 167, okay, 167. So now we have same thing in 168, right? So, do you want to make your same motion?
I'll make the same motion to, on section 168.
Okay. So, all right, so moved by Representative Campbell, second by Representative Sweeney, to accept section 168 after removing paragraph Roman 2-A. Okay,
And I will just wage my opposition to removing that paragraph. I mean, with some, I had suggested language changes like adjusting and changing, but I just think it makes sense to have, and I think it was fiscal committee was going to be
Yeah,
reviewing
that
these
was the
too.
fiscal
So it wasn't as
review.
though it was out of the legislative process, but to have separate bills to adjust fees for inflation when we could have the fiscal committee do it, to me, it's just a waste of time and money for us to go through the bill process to make those types of adjustments. I just have to say my piece, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
on it.
I disagree with that because I think if the state's running a surplus, we should be trying to give the money back to the people in the state. And one way to give it back is not increase fees or lower fees even.
all right, Representative Rowe.
Yeah, Representative Griffin, that's why I suggested that language change. It wouldn't necessarily increase. I was just saying that they'd be adjusted. So if costs go down, then the fees would go down. But every 2 years, we would look at that consumer price index and
The
make sure that
legislature should do
the
that. though.
fees would. Okay, and that's just a difference of
right.
opinion.
Wait, can,
All right, one at a time. Representative Evil.
I know a motion is already on the floor, but another alternative is that Representative Rung could make a motion for an amendment to the language reflecting what you're saying. And then we could vote on that, and if that goes down, then we could, whatever. It was an idea.
Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As someone that's been on fiscal for years, it's a big responsibility for just 10 people that try to track every legislative intent that may come forward. I think putting the process before a full legislative review makes a lot more sense than putting something like this again before fiscal, because we have a pretty full agenda every month.
Okay. All right, why don't we vote on this motion? Okay. So again, we're accepting section 168 except for paragraph 2-A. Right? All those in favor?
I'm going to be inconsistent.
Okay. All right, and opposed? Okay, 5-3. Thank you. Okay.
My
Next.
prerogative.
Yeah. All right, and we have the same thing in 169, or very similar. Yeah, it's basically the same thing, and except that the appending paragraph is still called paragraph 2-A. Strangely enough. Okay. So,
Make a motion to accept section 169 with minus section 2A.
Second.
okay. More discussion. All right, Representative Munt.
I'm going to give Representative Rung a break in expressing her opposition. I'll express mine. For all the reasons that she's mentioned previously, I think it makes perfect sense to have these reviewed annually and then given to the fiscal committee for their final review.
Right. But I would say, feel free to put in a bill to add these sections back in next year, right? Okay, because they wouldn't take effect anyways. All right, all those in favor of this motion Raise your hands. All right, we got a 5 against 3. Okay, 5-3. All right, that's 169. Good. All right, 170. We're getting toward the end here. All right.
Yep.
What's that?
170.
We accepted 170. Did we accept 171?
No,
No, is that us? No, we did accept 170. Yeah, we did.
One. Yeah, I'm talking about 171. I have, it says the word hold. What does that mean? We're looking for an amendment? Is
No,
that-
I think we were looking to see when the last time this was amended, but the other discussion we had, correct me if I'm wrong, was that the standard for the fiscal committee was $100,000, and this was conforming this for GNC, which to me made sense.
That's
would-
exactly right. It was
Oh,
just
good.
it was just cleaning up.
It's just cleanup.
Yep.
So-
Okay.
Pursuant
I'd
to
like
the
to make a motion
14th
to
area.
accept 171.
Okay. We have a second?
I'll second that.
Second, all right. Motion made by Representative Evil, second by Representative Cambrils to accept House Bill 2, Section 171. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? All right, unanimous. Good. Now, all right, so this one's okay. So that one's okay. And 172. Oh, I said I would ask, so I did. So this is the one that on the face looks like we're creating all kinds of work for the Department of Administrative Services because they would have to approve all transfers of funds within and among all accounting units in every department. So I asked him about it, and he says, "Well, we're already doing that anyways." So it's like they like this, and they have somebody who does this. This is their job, right? To handle all these transfers, and I think it's just part of. It's kind of a double check to make sure that when they say, I want to move from here to there, that person is in charge of making sure that there is money here and, and there is space there and, that kind of thing. So he was happy with it. I guess I'm okay with it.
Motion to accept section 172.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. So a motion by Representative Cambrils and seconded by Representative Ebel to accept section 172 of House Bill 2. All those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, good. So that one's done. Next one, Capital Project Overview Committee,
Okay.
page 170, number 175.
Representative Weiler and I are on the Capital Project Overview Committee. So we met recently and I raised this section with the committee. The thing is that the committee is responsible for reviewing capital projects, and there's a quarterly report prepared by DAS presently, and this would change the quarterly report to an annual report, and the members of the CPOC opposed that change. So they want to leave it as quarterly. But the thing that has to be fixed in this is that on line 9, there's still the word budget. On line 20, there's still the word budget. And on 27, there's still the word budget. And if you keep it as the capital budget project, then you undermine the purpose for the change that we made in the last biennium, and that is that all capital projects should be reviewed, whether they come through the capital budget or they come through the operating budget. So, and I've talked to Mr. Shea about it, and I mean, it shouldn't give anybody any heartburn. It's basically
Oh.
corrective.
Right. So you want to
Take
just
the
say
word
the word
bud-
capital project
Yes.
as opposed to capital budget
Right.
project. Gotcha.
And I had talked to Melissa about it.
Okay.
So basically, this is a replacement, and the only change in this is that we're removing the word project in the or budget in the places I mentioned.
So what's the advantage of doing this quarterly instead of annually?
Well, it's the same thing like fiscal committee or anything like this. This is a committee that reviews capital projects. And you know, it's a certain amount of responsibility and work for DAS to prepare this list, but if you don't have the list, then you can't really review it. I did say to the members there, which it's a joint committee, maybe we could go to semi-annually, and people just weren't for it. So I mean,
Oh,
speaking for myself.
so in some sense, we're making more, we're not, this as written would make less work for the Department of Administrative Services.
Yeah, because they'd only have to do it annually as opposed to quarterly. Which
Okay.
is what, so it's basically leaving the status quo. I'm just cleaning up the language by removing the word project, which we did in different sections, but we forgot to do it here.
Right. So how do people feel? I'm happy with the cross out of budget, but how do people feel about the annual versus quarterly aspect of it? Are we, it's probably not a big deal or what? Yeah.
I think Representative Evil explained it well.
Okay.
The board probably needs it, they want it, let's give it
Okay.
to them.
Okay. All right. It's no new work, I guess.
No, it's no new work. I mean, if people wanted, I mean, the thing is, I would have a hard time voting against what the people on that committee really want. But as I say, there's a halfway measure here. You could do it semi-annually. But I think, and Chair Weiler is on that with me. I think they would be upset if we change it.
Oh, was he there when you talked
Oh,
about it?
yes, I was sitting right next to him and I said, remember this in HB2, Mr. Chair? And we talked about it.
Okay, good.
So everybody
All right,
wanted it.
everybody liked it.
quarterly.
All right. So, so Representative Evil moves Amendment 808H
Yes,
to replace Section 175 in House Bill 2.
yes, she does.
And who seconds that? Representative Rung seconds that. Okay, any further discussion? No? Everybody in favor? Raise your hand. All right, unanimous. Very good. Okay. Good, so this is amended here.
Just, Mr. Chair, I mean, basically, this committee is like fiscal except for capital projects.
I see,
That's
yeah.
kind of what it's like.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. Now, procurement and support services, section 176. Oh, changing a little bit less money in this fund here.
So the first section A is just changing from 6 months to 3 months, and operationally, DAS says that they think 3 is sufficient. So that was that change.
Okay,
And then in part B was making it non-lapsing, and that's just customary with this sort of operational surplus. So that's why that was
okay.
as well.
Would someone like to move this section? Representative Munns moves that we accept section 176. Do I have a second? Second by Representative Sweeney. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Yes, yes, okay, unanimous. Very good. Okay, 176 is done. 177. After examining. Oh,
I have a note on that, Mr. Chair.
yes, go ahead, Representative.
Find out why it's needed. Did anyone find out why it is needed?
Still pending.
Still pending. All right, we will wait. then. Yeah, it seems kind of weird, but yeah. All right, we will wait. By the retirement system. Oh yeah, we talked to the retirement system about this, didn't we? Yeah. All right. Okay, so we're gonna wait on this one. Yes, sir. Representative Griffin, did you?
I'm wondering how this changes what we do currently. Is anybody aware of? what we do currently to pay fines and penalties.
That's
Yeah.
the question that we have out to DAS. New Hampshire Retirement wasn't familiar as to why this was in there. DAS, we asked those questions to them, so we're still waiting on an answer. We think it just got missed because they sent
Maybe
us
it just
response
comes
on
from the general fund,
other ones.
probably.
It's probably a transfer, but we'd like to confirm that.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll find out. All right, now we're down to section 186 on page 73. All right. Okay, so this one I didn't care for with the notify. I think the fiscal committee should weigh in on doing this, right? This is allowing the state comptroller to simply take money from the rainy day fund.
Mr. Chair? I
yes.
did speak with Mike Kane about that, and
Yeah.
we do have an amendment drafted if you want
Great,
to get that.
yeah, let's take a look.
I can give you a little background on this if you would prefer.
Go ahead.
Would that be helpful? So the amendment that you're receiving right now, Representative McGuire can speak to it if he wants, but I did want you to know that that does match the language for the approval going to fiscal committee prior. That does match what is currently in RSA 9:13. What this amendment does versus what the current rainy day funding does is there's a situation that's going to probably occur this year that doesn't fit into what is currently in RSA 9:13. So that is that when you have a deficit, one of the requirements is unrestricted general fund revenues in the most recently completed fiscal biennium were less than budgeted forecast. So you have to have a deficit and it has to be revenues were less than budgeted forecast for the whole biennium in order to transfer money out of the rainy day fund. This year, the revenues over the biennium will not be less than what was forecasted over the biennium. However, there will be a deficit due to spending. So this, what was put into HB2 allows the comptroller to transfer money to cover the deficit. However, it doesn't put any restrictions on it. It just allows them to transfer the funds without going to fiscal. The rest of 913, typically if they're transferring any money from a deficit, they have to get approval from fiscal before they transfer that. So this amendment is allowing just for fiscal year 25 with the deficit for the comptroller to transfer the funds, notwithstanding the provisions of 9:13E with the approval of fiscal. Versus in HB2, it's indefinitely and it is the comptroller only.
So what she's saying is the $160 million problem that we have in fiscal year 2025 right now is not due to the Finance Committee's budget from 2 years ago. It is due to either the legislature's or the fiscal committee's extra spending over the last biennium. And that's something that wasn't anticipated in the current law, because the current law says you can only take from the rainy day fund if your expected revenue is less, your actual revenue is less than expected. And that's not true. Our revenue was fine and our budget was fine, but we spent too much on top of, right? So that was the problem. Okay. Anybody, I would like to move this amendment to section, whatever it is. 186, all right, seconded by Representative Griffin. Representative Munns.
I think it's worth noting, if I'm reading this correctly, that one of the things this amendment also does is it says that the controller just can't move the money. They have to request approval to move the money.
Right, that's the main point of this.
But that wasn't in the language.
That's right. That's why what the existing language is objectionable. Right. Okay. Because the existing language just says controller move the money all on your own, right? So, this is to get a little more publicity for what's gone wrong, All right, yes, yeah,
I
Representative
have
Martin.
a question, Mr. Chair. So if our revenues were accurate, if the budget was accurate, but we overspent, how did that, is that because the fiscal committee approved spending without the
Well,
revenues?
or the legislature just passed bills that said, spend this and allocate that, and there you go, right?
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's why we tend to discourage such bills in the second year of the biennium. But sometimes we can't resist, it's like,
Moths to a flame.
yeah, exactly,
So,
Representative, yeah. That's true. So you and I are the
Yeah, you're
responsible. Okay.
so question,
Representative Campbell.
that being the case where you just explained, so they overspent, will the governor be able to take money out of the rainy day fund to cover the deficit, since apparently she's violating the rules? Because
I see what you're saying.
we met the revenue, we had the right budget, so this was not a case where we didn't get the anticipated revenue. Is she still allowed to take money out of the rainy day fund to make 2025 whole?
So that's what this does, it's not the governor, it's the fiscal committee can move money from the
Mr.
rainy day
Chair.
fund. Yes, Representative Griffin.
I think most of the bills in the second year usually say the governor can draw out of any funds available. So this, by requesting the fiscal committee approve the transfer, this might prevent spending on those bills that otherwise might be spent. I'm sounding like a word salad, but
Yeah, I understand. Okay. So, yeah, right. So we're all set with the motion. Everybody knows what we're doing. Okay. So all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, unanimous. Very good. All right. So we have,
Mr. Chair, I have a question before we move on.
go ahead.
I'm just curious why there are changes in section 85, but we don't review that, section 85. Is there any reason in particular why we don't get involved with that?
That's a Division 3 bill it's a Division
Oh,
3
it's
bill
Division
for DHHS. Yeah,
Got it. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
section of 185.
185.
85 was,
The thing they're talking about there is probably Medicaid related or something like that. Yeah. Okay. By the way, there was a Medicaid bill from municipal and county to 22 million or 23 million or something that passed on consent last week. So that was a mistake,
With the, wow, that was a mistake.
So anyways, somebody didn't catch that. All right. Yeah, it should have been on the regular calendar. Okay, so now we amended this, right? So let me write that down. Amended. Okay, good, we're done with that. Granite Place. The next one.
So I have some information on this one as well.
Go
If
ahead.
you'd like me to speak to it. So we discussed this one last week. In HB2 in 2023, there was a provision to take the funding from the sale of the Laconia School and buy Granite Place 1. That funding and those parameters only goes through this current biennium. So this language essentially extends that, as it looks like the sale is going to be late 26 to 27 if it happens. So there's two options with this. You could keep it as is, which takes the sale proceeds, which is about 10.5 million, and it purchases this property, or you can delete this section and the sale of the property would revert to the general fund.
Okay. but what about the payment to the owner of Granite Place?
The lease payments, you mean currently?
Well, this says we're gonna buy Granite Place, right? But currently we're leasing it,
Correct.
right? So are we obligated on whatever date to buy it, or no?
We are not. It's just an option if we would like.
Do you know what the lease is per year?
We can dig for that a little
Okay.
bit. I
Yeah.
looked at quick glance,
All
but
right.
it is already budgeted
Representative Griffin?
in the current budget.
The only thing that bothers me about this is the language in it. Let me see if I can find it here. It says it'll be used for state government office space. That almost precludes leasing any of it if there was excess space.
Mm.
And I think that should be corrected.
Mr. Chair, I'd
Yes,
love to give
Representative Evil.
DAS an opportunity just to comment on this, because we don't know about the lease. They obviously aren't.
Hmm.
And then, but that's a good point. I mean, because I remember in discussions, we talked about the possibility of leasing part of it if they didn't use it all.
Absolutely.
So maybe we could just have Charlie weigh in.
Yes.
We have a response from him on
Okay,
this.
go ahead.
That's what we're,
So, yeah, he said the state is a purchase and sales agreement to sell the Laconia property. I believe the governor's draft of the budget calls for using the potential expected proceeds. He assumed 9.975 million as general revenue. A year ago, the state bought one of the two towers at Granite Place, where currently Justice, Agriculture, and the Judicial Council are housed. We do not own the other tower, and that's where the administrative office of the courts currently is. I believe there's an option to buy it, which Melissa stated. In the lease, I suspect the cost to purchase and necessary mechanical improvements will exceed his 9.975 million he mentioned earlier. And it's not a request nor a recommendation of DAS. That's his general statement,
yeah, it's a request from the governor's office, not
not
DAS.
So the point is, we could delete this, pay some lease payment, and gain 9 million or something. Is
And the
that
lease
right?
payments are already in the budget because the judicial branch, part of the courts are already there. So they're already paying the lease to the Granite one.
But this is to buy the other building, right? There's
The-
two buildings, right?
Yeah,
One
so
is-
we own one
Right.
already. That's the DOJ, agriculture, et cetera.
Right.
The judicial branch is in the other one currently, and it's being leased right now, which the lease payments are already in HB1. There was no adjustment for the purchase of this building.
All right. Representative Ebel first, and then.
Well, I was just gonna ask, do we know whether the whole building is being used now for government purposes? I didn't hear that in that response. Cause I think that's a good point. You wanna give them the option to lease to somebody else.
All right, why don't, can we ask someone from DAS to come by and talk to us, who knows all the details of this, and what our possible options are? Because if this is a source of 10 million bucks, I think we want to strongly consider it. Representative Munns.
Has the sale of the Laconia site been completed?
So it's under contract right now. They have to meet some stipulations before they go any further. So I think they're hoping to close within the next 18 months.
Representative Rung.
Yeah, I was at that building. I think it's the North Tower we're talking about. I was there last week, and they are doing a lot of renovation, I think in preparation of some committees working out of there. But also, if we delete this, it doesn't preclude us from using the proceeds for One Granite Place in the future, does it? That money would just go into the general fund. So this isn't like preventing us from buying One Granite Place when the sale goes through. It just doesn't put it into statute.
Well, we won't have allocated any money for it, and therefore,
Yeah.
I don't know what happens to the contract.
But I do agree it's $10 million that we'd have. And also I do agree, and I think I raised this in the when we previously talked about this, is I don't like it being restricted that only for government, because we may want a cafeteria in there and we might want to lease it to
I
a
understand.
vendor.
Representative Griffin.
Yeah, that was my whole point. I mean, we as a legislative office are gonna move down there. And when we vacate it, there may not be other people available to move in. We shouldn't preclude the ability to lease it.
Right.
So I won't take much change in wording here, but
That as soon as we buy it, right?
Yeah, and something sounds sort of weird is in the sense that it sounds like we bought the one that we're not using.
No, we are
Oh.
using it.
We have DOJ, Department of Agriculture, and Judicial Council are in the one that we bought.
Oh, okay.
So the other portion, there's like an atrium that connects the two or some sort of
Yes, I've been
walkway.
there, yeah.
We don't own that walkway over to the next building. We lease that from a real estate person.
Right, right.
And in that section, we have the Office of the Courts are in, it says part of that building.
Okay, so currently we're using a 1+ buildings, right? Okay.
Correct, and we
And
own one, but
We
not
own
the-
one and lease some of the other, and some of further space in that's going to be used for the legislature next year.
Correct.
Okay, but after that, maybe not, right? So
Well, we have a long-term, we have a lease, so I believe there's no, the
Oh,
courts is
okay.
not planning on moving out anytime soon.
Sure.
There's just an option, a lease to buy option,
I see what you're
and
saying.
they can pursue that if they would like. So if you do, here's the money set aside for it. But there's no agreement signed
I understand.
to buy it.
Okay.
We would just continue to lease it if we didn't buy it.
Gotcha. Or put it in the capital budget, right? To buy it.
I remember we talked all through this in facilities too. I mean,
Uh-huh.
I think the big thing is whether, as you say, we're gonna buy it with the Laconia State School money, or we're just gonna figure it out separately if we
Yeah.
wanna buy it. And who knows? I mean, the way things go with the Laconia State School, it might not sell anyway.
Might not sell. All right, so let's get the more specific numbers.
Yeah, from
right?
Charlie.
What are the terms of the purchase agreement and of the lease?
Yeah.
Okay,
And we can
Very
make an
good.
intelligent decision,
yeah,
or
exactly.
sort of.
So, once again, on my list of things to spend on, this would not bubble to the top, right?
Toil and trouble.
Yes, right. Okay. All right. So that's Granite Place. We're doing a wait on that. What's next? 188. Oh, renewable energy. All right. So this is a raid on the renewable energy fund.
Yes, a raid, a raid. An unconstitutional raid.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think the Constitution mentions the renewable energy fund.
It more has to do with dedicated funds, I think, that comment, but,
Oh, okay. Yeah, or some of it or something. Yeah. All right. So
oh, well, that was a house.
maybe we should wait for an amendment that raids all the funds and put it here in section 188, and therefore we can wait on
Talk
this one.
about toil and trouble.
Mr. Chair?
All right.
Um,
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Representative.
Considering the vote the House took last week to raid, well, I don't want to use the word raid, deplete this fund, I would much rather have the proceeds go to the general fund than what was outlined in that bill, because some of it was going to ratepayers. It would be enough to maybe buy a cup of coffee a year. I think we could use that money better
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
for
you
the
can,
general
you can
fund.
make that argument on anything, but, all right, I understand. Now, where was we heard back from ED&A about barbering and cosmetology, right?
Oh, it was in that memo.
Which was in that
Who
memo.
knows what it is?
188, we're waiting to.
We're gonna wait on that one.
Wait to
yeah.
hear what else you're gonna steal, what other funds you're gonna raid.
That's right.
Okay.
It's like the Viking hordes. Or, well, as Ori says, dancing through the field of dedicated fund flowers. flying merrily.
Okay. Okay.
I like that idea.
All right. So Has anyone perused this barbering cosmetology stuff?
No, I'll admit not to having used it.
Okay. Yes,
I have a-
Representative Ryan.
Yeah, I have a note that OPLC is going to provide better language. Have we received that?
No, we have not.
Old sections. Now, some of this, oh, some of this is not ours, right? 190 is, that's Division 2.
Oh, yeah, we're 191 to 203.
191, okay. Very good. Barbering.
I can't find your wife's name.
Yeah, I don't, I probably have it. Right, well,
Ask and you shall receive.
Hi. Are you here to talk about Granite Place? Yeah. Yeah, please come up. So, thank you for coming, Commissioner. So, do you know what the terms are? First of all, how much we're paying per year in leasing versus what it would cost us to buy? And
We're not paying 1 red cent to lease anything on that campus.
wow,
There are 2 towers
why would
on,
we want to change that?
there are 2 towers on the campus.
Okay,
I presume this is section 187 of House Bill 2,
yes,
which was not my idea and is not a request of the department,
okay.
just for the record. So if you pass it or kill it, you're neither doing me a favor or hurting me.
Okay.
I have no interest
How
in
about
it.
the state?
So there's 2 towers, right? There's a slightly older one, a slightly newer one. They look kind of the same with a thing in between, a vestibule, if you will. We bought one. We leased it for a bit and then bought it. We bought it from a local developer in town whose name is Steve Dupree, who some people have met. And it currently houses DOJ and agriculture and judicial council. Part of it is going to be renovated that's not being used for use temporarily for the legislature. That tower we own, the state owns. We bought it a year ago-ish. We leased it for about a year, then bought it, and that has something to do with the terms under which the previous owner had bought it. So we own that either way. Some people would like to buy the other tower. It's older. It needs a lot of work. We have an engineering study I can show you, which tells you how much work it needs. It currently houses on one of its floors the administrative office of the courts. I don't know who else is in it. Last I knew there was a pharmacy, maybe. I don't know. But there's no state agencies other than the courts in that building. We don't own it today.
What fraction of the building is used by the court?
Good question. If I were guessing, I'd guess they have a floor and a half out of 4, but I don't know that for sure.
Right,
I've been to meetings there, but I didn't get a tour. So I think their lease goes up or something. Anyway, the developer has wanted us to buy it and has pitched us on it. We don't currently have a use for it, so we wouldn't buy it. We wouldn't necessarily buy it, but although if you pass this, we would, obviously, although probably not for that price. That's sort of it, right?
So we don't currently have an agreement with the developer that
No, I don't.
we're going
no.
to pay X million dollars for this building or something?
No.
Okay, right. Representative Munch.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for coming in. So we're not paying any rent for the judicial branch?
I'm sorry. Yes, we are. They are paying rent for their piece of the building. I don't know how much.
Oh, okay.
That piece of it, and that is a piece of their budget that is not within my department, so I don't know the price.
And then a follow-up, I mean, well, I guess they could stay there if we didn't buy it. I mean, I'm wondering where they would go if we decided not to buy it.
So just for the record, we have no intention of buying it right now. We're not in discussions about buying it. We've not negotiated buying it. My understanding of their lease, which I don't have a copy of, which was negotiated between the developer and I think one of the Supreme Court justices, and it might be the one who lives in my town. Coincidentally, I think it has a clause in it. I have been told, though I have not read it, that has the rent go up at some point. And there are some people who think that the state should buy it at that point. The legislature 2 years ago made us do an engineering study engineering study. We hired SMRT to do a study of the building, kind of like a home inspection, if you will, to tell us everything that we should fix. And I don't have in front of me that study, but I can get it for you. And it would something like $7 or $8 million of stuff that should be fixed. It's the older tower. But no, other than the branch, nobody's in that side.
Representative Evil.
I mean, are there, from your knowledge, are there agencies who would be good to move over there based on the status of the buildings they are in?
I don't know that, let me put it this way. In part of our planning process, we're not looking around going, oh, I wish we had a building we could dump people into. So if we own the building, we would use it because that's sort of a thing. If we didn't own the building, we wouldn't need it. And so I don't want to tell you this would make somebody's life easier. A lot of people would like to go. Moving is really expensive. And for people to move, you would have to appropriate money for them to move. If we bought the building, you would also need to appropriate money to fix it.
Representative.
I mean, but the acquisition of the first building was necessitated because we were putting up the parking garage. Right?
Yes.
So that's why we had to do something with those people.
Yeah, DOJ was in a building and they objected to us destroying the building they were in while they were in it and not moving them somewhere. And it was hard to find. The second choice was, I think we were looking at buying half of Marshall's and renovating it. But the judges, I think, the lawyers were less ecstatic about that idea.
Okay. All right. Now, why is it? So do we have a deal with them for the space that the legislature will be using? To
The
lease that
space the legislature will be using is in the building we own.
Oh, so that building itself has a lot of empty space.
It has. The DOJ has, I want to say, 2 floors and it's like 3 and 4 and part of 1. So part of 1 is still open. Part of 2 is still open, and 2 also has agriculture, which is a much smaller, 40 people-ish agency, and judicial council, which has 4 employees. So it's a smaller, they don't take up a lot of office space.
And the reason we don't put the judiciary in all this space, it's not quite enough for them, is that?
You know, I've not looked into this. I mean, first of all, because I wouldn't dare suggest moving the judiciary. I think that wouldn't be good for me politically. If we don't buy the building and when the legislature's done with the space that it uses, I imagine that space will be in nice shape for stuff. And I don't have a sense of square footage, so I suppose I will look into that.
Okay.
And I'm sure they wouldn't mind me looking into it either, so.
Right. All right. Any other questions for Commissioner? Do we have some other DAS related things we want to?
Oh, before we leave the Granite Place, one thing, I should say this. The sale of the Laconia State School property is probable. I want to be careful not to say it's certain. I feel very optimistic about it. It's a really good developer with a lot of experience, and I think they like the property, but they do have the ability to walk away for almost, they would lose some money, but not a ton at any time. So I would say there's a really good chance of that property closing in fiscal '27.
Okay.
And it's 9.9 million.
Okay, Representative Griffin.
So this whole discussion started based on my question of why the language in HB2 seems to preclude the state's ability to lease space there by saying it will be used for state offices. And that kind of implies that it won't be used for anything else. And I could foresee situation like when the legislative function leaves there, there was vacant space, and it might come down to needing to lease it, and I wondered why the language in here seemed to preclude that.
I don't think, so I haven't discussed it with whoever wrote the precise words and somebody in the governor's office, I think. But my understanding is that, let's say for the sake of argument, we didn't buy the building and this passes. I don't think the language would make us buy the building, especially if we had to spend more than $9 million. I think we could still lease. I think the language about state offices is to keep it from being used for other random state uses. It would say that the state can't own the building and then lease it out, or the state can't own the building and then turn it into something else. But my take on state offices is there's some broadness to that, so that you can't look at something and go, well, that's not an office, that's more of a hearing room. I think that would be okay. But we probably couldn't turn it into like a DMV.
Does the state lease any of our property to private companies or individuals?
We do not. There are a couple things that are almost exceptions to that. We bought Hall Street, the old Bear Right, where education is now. And on the site, there's an existing Merrimack County Savings Bank ATM. It's a kiosk. And because it existed, we have a sort of unique language about that. And some of the court buildings are leased typically to like the county attorney or something similar to that.
Gotcha.
But we don't lease to private entities. The state is not a landlord,
Other questions?
or meant to be.
We're happy. Was there other DAS sections that we want to talk about?
Section 177, you guys had questions about state agencies using funds in existing class 60 or other appropriate budget classes to pay fines and penalties from retirement system or the IRS.
Do you have that in front of you, Commissioner?
I don't have it in front of me, but I know the genesis of it. Don't ask me about a word here or a word there.
Gotcha.
But we occasionally pay fines for things, and like recently, independent contractor violation of independent contractor laws, and agencies pay fines to the IRS for that. And it's not clear where you pay them out of, right? And for similar fines that are paid on violations of the ACA, for example, on healthcare, they're paid out of class 60, and risk and benefits has language related to the health plan that this mimics. And it's to identify, the fines have to be paid. And basically the state comptroller said to me one day, can we dump something in House Bill 2? And I said, if we're doing something else, maybe. Where we can just say, this is the line it should be paid out of, so we don't make random judgment calls on that.
Gotcha. Okay. Other questions? Any other sections? No. Okay, good.
I have a whole bunch of email traffic with Jack, though, that you might want to look at. Although I suspect he shares.
Yes. Representative Evil?
I actually have a question, but it's a section we already approved. So there's a section in here that for the capital project overview committee, the reporting requirements go from quarterly to annually. The committee wanted to leave it as quarterly, and that's basically what we just did. But is it a really onerous report to prepare on a quarterly basis?
No, I think that's fine. We're in the process of identifying things that we can not do.
Yeah.
Because we are going to have fewer people to not do them with. And that was one thing we identified. We didn't have a sense of how widely read that is. And a lot of it is compiling reports from agencies.
Right.
And some of the data in that is great. If the agency's great in reporting the data, other people basically write, yeah, still building.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And so we thought, maybe but quarterly's fine.
just,
Okay.
I had
Representative.
suggested to the committee, maybe we go semi-annually, and they didn't go for it, so I tried.
Thank you for trying. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner. Okay. Let's,
Can't guarantee that someone will always be watching, but.
That was perfect.
yeah, it's amazing how many people watch this stuff, but anyway. All right, represent,
I would say if you need any more information on Granite Place, you could ask them.
okay. All right, thank you for coming, General Famala. Okay. Let's, so we wanted to talk about your sections of House Bill 2 and figure out what's going on in those. So let's turn back to, where are we here? Section 114, is that right? Yes. That's on page 52. Okay. Welcome. All right. Welcome.
Thank you.
So,
Did you want me to give a little overview or?
yeah, are these all sections doing similar things, or do we need to go one by one, or?
Yeah, they really do similar things. And the best way to describe this is it's really, for the most part, cleanup and meant to codify and just sort of clarify what's already happening, not really to do anything new. And one thing I would like to just point out right off the bat is on page 52, line 34. Maybe this is just an LBA thing to point out for OLS. I think that's a small mistake leaving Office of the Solicitor General there. That was meant to be crossed out.
Oh, I see.
And the new language is the, the bold and italicized.
Okay, because we saw this and we thought maybe the italicized part needs a D to be section D, but you're saying you don't want the Solicitor General.
Right, because
Okay.
the Solicitor General is actually not in the Division of Legal Counsel. It's its own thing
Gotcha.
out, separate from the other two divisions.
Okay, so good. So we can make the change different then in that case. Thank you very much.
So there's things in here like in the last budget, we attempted to change the name of the Transportation Construction Bureau to Public Safety and Infrastructure in all places where it was referenced, and I think we just missed a couple of places. And there's already a civil rights unit and an election law unit. At least those were established years ago, which we have the authority to do within the office. They're not codified or mentioned anywhere in the RSAs, so we thought it best to now list them in the structure of the DOJ. But beyond that, there isn't a lot of substantive change.
Is
sorry.
the Civil Rights Unit similar in some ways to the Human Rights Commission or not?
No, the Civil Rights Unit enforces the Civil Rights Act. So the laws against discrimination, but specifically the Civil Rights Act, which says that it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act if you either threaten or cause physical harm to someone or damage to their property based on animus towards a protected class, which is a little different than discriminating against someone because they're a member of a protected class. So if, for instance, you assault somebody because they're a member of a protected class, that's of course a crime, but it's also a Civil Rights Act violation, which is a civil violation. So we can bring a Civil Rights Act violation even if you've also been charged with assault, or sometimes you may not end up getting charged with assault, or you may not get a hate crime enhancement in the criminal context, but we might bring a Civil Rights Act violation. It just depends.
Yeah. The one time I was almost on a jury, it was a case like this. It was somebody was accused of beating somebody up because they thought they were, I think, gay, if I remember right. But,
Yep.
and they're therefore, whatever. So,
Yes.
but then I was tossed off the jury. So, so I've never been on a jury. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Anyways, for whatever reason. All right, let's go on. Yeah.
The one other and I'm happy to answer any questions, but the one other change that could arguably be considered a substantive change, I would say, is on page 54, line 17, where we are just adding to the statute that deals with enforcement of the election laws that we also are enforcing violations of lobbying laws. We already do that, but it's not technically within the election law unit's purview. It just sort of falls under the Attorney General's general authority to enforce the laws of the state. So we thought we would add lobbying laws to that part of the RSAs because it fits most nicely, I think, within our election enforcement function.
Okay. There was one thing. Yes, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Attorney General, for being here.
Absolutely.
So in that same paragraph, starting at line 15 all the way down to 25, it ends with line 25, investigation of alleged violations of the election laws. Should we also add in lobbying laws there?
We could. I think the reason that sentence exists is because we submit that report. I think every it's a biannual report, so every 6 months we submit a report to the legislature of election law complaints and the status of the complaints and how they've been handled. My guess is that's why that sentence is there, but I don't think it would. I don't think it would do any harm. I'm not sure it's necessary, though. Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's go back a page. Why is section 114 and 115 look like duplications of each other? It looks like the division of legal counsel is like listed in the law twice.
That's a great question. So there, I can't tell you historically why this is, but the Department of Justice, we have what we sometimes think of as doppelganger statutes. We have RSA 7 that lists out certain functions and provisions related to the Office of the Attorney General. That's in RSA 7. RSA 21M is another section that also lists off various functions and things related to the Office of the Attorney General. In some cases, they are duplicative. And I actually do think a useful project at some point might be to just try to merge those together. We didn't take that on in this particular HB2, and it may actually be better for just a separate bill on its own, but it's a good question, and we have remarked on that before. It's actually one of the reasons why when we went to change the name of the Transportation and Construction Bureau, we missed it in a couple places because we have these two different sections that deal with the office.
I see. All right, but we will not do that at this time. Okay, right, which is the problem. All right, so that's basically it. Yes, Representative Muntz.
And this may just be a technicality, but one of the things that I noticed also in a number of places is it removes reference to duties assigned to the Attorney General regarding the charitable trust. See that on page 53, lines 8 and 9, and then again on 24, 25. Is there anything to that?
No, it just the charitable trust unit is within the Division of Legal Counsel, but it's its own entity within the division. So we just thought that was cleanup. So rather than saying the division is responsible for administering the charitable trust statutes, it's the charitable trust unit that does that. It's within the division. So I don't think that's a substantive change. We see it as cleanup and just kind of a technical change.
Okay. Other questions? So this is all the sections, or is there more? I think this is.
I think you wanted to ask him about section 124 on page 56.
124. I thought that was maybe judicial counsel, but maybe.
Access to governmental records.
Oh, I don't have that in front of me.
You want me
Could
to
I
do
borrow
that?
your
Yeah,
section?
sure. It's the pink.
Oh, yes, under seal. Right. So there's a list of exemptions to 91A, right? Things you don't have to disclose, right?
Yep.
And this one adds, records held by the executive branch that are under seal or confidential in a court file. So, is under seal defined somewhere? And
So this is interesting. I actually haven't seen this. I can understand, I think, what this is aimed at least at the Department of Justice, if we're litigating and there are documents or other items that are part of a court case that the court has ordered sealed, or if they're sealed pleadings. For instance, grand jury proceedings are typically sealed and we file pleadings as part of that, but we have them. I think what this is trying to say is if a court has sealed something, so if something has been filed under seal in court, we don't have to turn over copies of those pleadings, which we, of course, are not allowed to do by court rule, and court rules have the force of law.
right,
So this might just be bootstrapping, but I think I would read under seal as a court has sealed something or something has been filed under seal in court.
okay.
I can check at the office to see if we suggested this language, but I personally was not aware of this. It makes sense to me. I'm also not convinced it's necessary.
Because you wouldn't ever.
We wouldn't
disclose.
ever do it anyway. Right. And I think if a court, if somebody sued us
Right.
trying to get us to turn over documents that a court had sealed, the court is probably going to side with us when we don't turn them over.
Yeah, but it would cause expense, right?
Yeah,
So, okay.
yeah.
What's that?
I,
All right,
I
Representative
wonder
Eby.
if it made its way in here because there was some circumstance where somebody was questioning and they felt like they needed it.
Yeah, that's if it. What I'm happy to do is go back to the office and check to see if this came from us.
Okay.
It might have come, from us and then through somebody else, right? Someone might have checked with someone in the office who said, "Oh yeah, that could make sense." I'm happy to clarify that for you, just to make sure that there isn't something we're not thinking of.
Representative Munz.
Mr. Chair, we had quite a long discussion this morning about boathouses, and there was language in here about a February 20th, 25.
Oh, yeah.
We were gonna ask you.
Cutoff. Do we want to ask
Okay.
about that?
So if you turn
Section
Thanks for
15,
coming.
section, this is just,
page 12.
we want legal advice. Yeah. All right,
Is this the whole HB2?
page
Yes.
12, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I also have some updated information from DES on that
okay.
section.
Well, why don't we, while he's here, we'll see. So, if you look on line 10 of page 12,
Yep.
okay? It says, any boathouse constructed after February 20th, et cetera, shall not be such and such, whatever. The question is, can we put in a bill that has an effective date of July 1st, something that says you can't do something as of February 20th?
Well, if I might add to
Yes,
that.
Representative
And
Munn.
I think the other kind of related question is, was there some, because apparently a lot of this stuff around boathouses came about as a result of litigation. Was there something in some kind of a settlement
Oh, yeah.
that specifically said February 20th?
I just wanted to just make two clarifications, and I don't mean to cut in, but one, it was over a legal interpretation. There was no litigation on this,
Oh, okay.
just for clarification. And two, DES said this was just a placeholder that they put in there. Attorney Formella can answer anything else, but I just wanted to put a couple of
Oh,
clarifications.
so they want us to change it. Is that what you're saying?
What, the date is a placeholder, you
That they
mean?
just put in a placeholder.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, look, off the top of my head, it would make more sense that the date would be sometime sometime after the statute
The
passes,
effective
right?
date, yeah.
Yeah. And probably not even the exact effective date, right? Because someone has to have notice they're not supposed to do it in advance. So that, off the top of my head, that would make more sense to me. Happy to.
Yeah.
I
okay.
think if it's a placeholder, that actually might be a question for DES, because if it really was meant to be a placeholder, I'm not sure there's anything I need to look at.
Okay.
If they really do want something that's before July 1, then we should probably take a look at that.
They said there was no significant meaning applied to that date. It was just a placeholder that we
Gotcha.
Put a date in there.
put in there.
What they did. But
All right.
just.
Representative
But
Eby.
I just to track back to the Attorney General's office, I believe the reason this is even in here was a legal interpretation of some statutes that need to be fixed. So they said it kind of came from you in the first place, not the date.
Yeah, the substantive language very well could have come from us. So to the extent you have questions about the substance, I can look at that. It's not something I'm intimately familiar with as I sit here.
Okay. Yes, okay.
Okay, I think we can just fix the date.
Yes.
It's all good.
Yes, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, and thank you for being here again. I don't want to abuse your time, but while we have you here, last week we heard a bill regarding the Office of the Right to Know Ombudsman. And when we look at the actual numbers of it, it's very expensive per case that he handles. So while we have you here, not to put you on the spot, do you think there might be a better way for the state to answer right to know questions from cases that might come up that's not as expensive per case?
When you say answer right to know questions, you mean someone submits a right to know request and there's some dispute over whether a document should be turned over?
Right. That the current procedure is them to go to the ombudsman for an answer, and if there's might be a better scenario in your mind that we might be able to implement.
I guess just thinking about it, my first question would, not necessarily to you, but that I'd be thinking of is it expensive per case because he's just not getting as many
Yes.
cases as he should?
Yeah, it's a $170,000 guy
Right.
who gets 33 cases a year. So that's
In my mind, the answer might be just making sure people know he exists and that's an option, right? It very well could be that, the general public just hasn't been well enough informed that there is this function, right? Or perhaps I'd have to take a look back at his statute, but maybe there's something in the statutory language around the ombudsman that for whatever reason is narrowing the cases that can go to him. But the basic idea of an ombudsman makes sense to me. And it strikes me that the reason that it's so expensive per case is he's just not getting a lot of cases. So I think my first thought would be, how do we direct more cases that way and get more cases flowing through him?
we're not looking to create more work. We're looking to spend less money.
Right.
Right. So there are these other boards that deal with cases where the board members are paid on a per case basis.
Yep.
Right. One of the, labor contract type cases and so on. They have boards of people who only when they sit, they get $200 or $400 or whatever. So we're thinking in this particular case of making the ombudsman part-time, and just when they get a case, okay, there's a payment.
Yep.
Right. So,
And I can certainly understand that, right? We're not looking to just create more work to justify the money we spend.
that's right. Yeah.
I just know that there are a lot of right to know requests. And I think one of the reasons the ombudsman was created in the first place is that it's a lot more cumbersome and takes a lot more time to go to court. So I would be hesitant, and again, these just think off the top of my head, hesitant to sort of throw out the concept or think he doesn't have enough work to do when I don't think the number of right to know requests has dropped. And I know that if somebody tries to enforce their rights in court, it's going to take a long time.
Yeah.
So that's my,
Yeah. But
that's
he's-
my
He's
reaction.
been operating for 2 years. So,
Yeah.
there's a fair amount of history there.
Yep.
So.
If we assume that it really is just he's only getting 33 cases and that's just about the number of cases that's going to come through that office, I think making it a part-time person or doing something other than having a full-time employee where you're paying $170K a year no matter what is probably the way to go. The one caution I would have there is that, it's easy to say we're going to do that, but you also want somebody who's going to do a good job and knows what they're doing, and it may be a little harder to do that. It just may be less attractive to find a good person if it's a part-time position, or if you try to contract the work out. We've seen this in another context with the hearing officer function to hear appeals from decisions of councils at DES. So right now we're handling that because that function was transferred to us, but what we're doing is assigning it to a lawyer, one or more lawyers in our office who are walled off from the council functions because impossible to contract that work out at the rate we'd contract it out for. We can't find anyone to do it. So it's sort of the same. I just throw that out there as things to think about.
Yeah. I mean, there's quite a number of these little, I mean, even the parole board, for example, right? I
Yep.
mean, they meet pretty often, but their pay is very low because they're paid a per diem kind of thing, right? So,
Yep.
so I think it's more for retired attorneys who, think of it as civic service, right?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we have a great tradition, I think, of volunteer boards and commissions, many of which do a very good job, and we don't pay a lot of money for them.
Yeah.
I think ultimately that is sort of a policy decision for you all as to whether something like the right to know ombudsman falls on that volunteer board and commission side of the line or falls on the side of the line where it really needs to be a full-time employee with full salary and benefits and all the costs that comes along with that.
Thank you. Representative Run.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. So with the DES councils and the right to know, do we have a lot of cases that end up at court despite the existence of those councils and the ombudsman? I mean, how many appeals go to court since we've had these councils and ombudsman in place? I'm just wondering if, the reason we have them is to discourage or reduce the amount of appeals that go to the court level. Are we successful in that, I guess is my question.
Yeah, with the councils, my sense is we are. I mean, that system's been in place for a long time. The only recent change was that the hearing officer function was transferred to our office because it makes sense that you shouldn't have the councils and then the hearing officer in the same place. The right to know ombudsman, I think it sort of comes down to what we were talking about with as far as the number of cases he's getting. Is he not getting more cases because people just don't want to use him, or turns out not to be a very useful function for anyone who has a right to know dispute with a government entity? Or is he not getting more cases because people don't know that he's there and that there's an advantage to using him? I don't know the answer to that, but that would be a question that I think is worth asking and is kind of attached to, are we spending too much on it? Like, is it successful? Is it really diverting cases from court that otherwise might not go?
Okay, thank you.
Representative Muntz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Attorney General. And like Representative Sweeney, I want to be respectful of your time, but since you're here, is there an opportunity to create, and I don't know what you would call it, but like an appeals ombudsman within the Department of Justice, where you have one attorney or a couple attorneys maybe that take on the responsibilities of the right to know ombudsman, the housing appeals board, the personnel appeals board, to provide that kind of avenue for people that have that want to do an appeal but don't necessarily want to go to court right away, where we kind of consolidate that function within your department.
The challenge to say consolidating those functions within our department is that we also appear in front of some of those boards and we do a lot of different things and we split up functions and we have walls in place to avoid conflicts of interest. At some point though, we might sort of overflow on how much of that we can handle. That said, I think whether there's a way to consolidate those functions, maybe not under the Department of Justice umbrella, but under, say, state appeals unit or something like that, a commission on appeals, name it whatever you want, consolidate some of those functions in one place. There may be some efficiencies to be gained there. I would hesitate, at least sitting here today, to say that putting that under the DOJ is a good idea. Because if you put too much of that under the DOJ, you just start to create so many potential conflicts of interest that we don't have enough lawyers anymore to spread out the work and put up the walls to avoid conflicts.
Representative Evil.
Thank you. Again, sorry to take your time, but this is.
Hey, I'm here. So.
Yeah, right. So we're dealing with this council for indigent folks crisis. I think I heard it. I saw it call in the Bard News, and of course, we're going to be working on the Judicial Council budget. I just wanted to ask you a general question: what you thought of that situation, how that affects the Department of Justice, if you have any thoughts that might be helpful to us as we look at the budget. And if you don't, it's okay.
Yeah, I do have thoughts. Yeah, and I think you're referring to the indigent defense crisis, right? So
Yes.
just the both the difficulties that the public defender has faced over the past few years, both with losing public defenders and then finding contract counsel to represent those who are indigent and can't afford an attorney in criminal cases. I think what I would say just first as a general matter, it's a really important issue, right? We need to make sure that criminal defendants who can't afford a lawyer have access to a lawyer, so to have access to justice. That's how we ensure that folks' constitutional rights are protected and all of their rights are protected if they're charged with a crime. I also think there's a number of factors at play with the indigent defense crisis. And we have been involved at the DOJ in the past few years in discussions about how to handle it, because while our function is to prosecute crimes and we oversee the county attorneys who prosecute crimes, a prosecutor's obligations extend beyond just charging someone with a crime and getting a conviction. A prosecutor's obligation is to do justice and act in the interests of justice. So we need to do what we can to make sure that people also have access to representation. That said, I don't have any perfect solution sitting here in front of you today. I just think it's something that every component of the legal system, and I would say many different voices in the legal community need to be involved in the solution. And there have been a lot of people at the table in the past few years, but it's a challenge. The challenge we were facing 2 or 3 years ago was a backlog of criminal cases because of COVID. I think we have mostly come through that, and we've certainly seen a lot of improvement in caseloads and a lot of relief from the sort of overload in workflow for prosecutors. We've seen the same thing on the public defender side, on the defense side, but there's other factors at play there that have continued to give them some challenges. So it's there's no easy answers, but it's certainly something we need to keep working on, and it is something at the Department of Justice we care about, because again, it extends to our obligation to not just prosecute crimes and get convictions, but to do justice. So we're very keyed in on this. The Attorney General or designee sits on the Judicial Council. So the Deputy Attorney General, Jim Buffetti, who used to be a public defender, is sitting on the Judicial Council, and we're in pretty constant communication about these issues.
Well, and
Go ahead.
just as a follow-up, it is a true fact that we have a responsibility to provide counsel for indigent defense, right? So whether we budget it here and if we don't, then they need more money, we're eventually going to have to pay it by them going to fiscal. So it's either a pay now or pay later kind of a situation. And I guess the argument that they gave when they were here is if you can't employ somebody in the public defender's office, it's far more expensive to hire somebody outside the system.
Yes.
So by not funding, I'm not saying we have a lot of money, Mr. Chair, but I'm just making the point that we're kind of in a box, because if we don't fund it, we're going to pay a lot more later.
I think that's possible. And I would say, since I'm here and because you've given me the opening, I would say that the same concept does apply in certain situations to the Department of Justice.
Right.
If we don't have lawyers to handle work in-house and we have to go hire outside counsel, that can actually end up being more expensive. But I won't say anything beyond that.
Well,
Just thought I'd put in my plug.
Let me ask about that in particular. So you get to make decisions, or your office does, as to who to charge with a crime and whether to charge somebody with a crime, right? So presumably some cases are more marginal than others. And is it your experience that you look at your resources and decide on these marginal cases that maybe I don't quite have the resources to prosecute this, so I will not, and or is it more that everything that you want to prosecute is obvious, and therefore it's just a delay if you decide not to prosecute now? You know what I mean? Because
Yep.
yeah.
It's a great question, Mr. Chairman, and it's a fair point. On the criminal side, on the public protection side, we do have discretion, and we do make calls on that based on available resources. What you'll find if you dig into our litigation fund budget, and I know we've submitted some of that information to you, what drives up outside counsel spend if we don't have internal resources is our civil defense work, where we don't have control over the workload, right? Because if the state gets sued, we have to defend the state. So we see that the same concept is at play at DOJ, where we don't have resource discretion when we're on defense. And that's the same with the public defender, right? The public defender cannot control how many cases are charged. That's up to the prosecutors in the state. The public defender has to try to deal with the workload that's there.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Representative Eagle.
Well, another thing that I saw in this article, a comment made by Mike Icapino, who I guess is the chair of the board of the defenders, was that it really can affect the workload, the felony level. So I guess right now and for quite a while, $1,000 of theft is a felony. But if you moved it to 2,000 or if you moved it to 1,500, it would, or he said 2,500, it could greatly reduce the workload, and that might be true for you folks too. I know that's not the only consideration, but if you have thoughts. Ooh.
This is what I'll say and on that concept. I think we need to be very careful about making substantive changes to the criminal laws because of money and workload, right? Because that also affects access to justice. If you're a victim of theft and it's $1,500 and now all of a sudden that's not a Class A felony anymore, that's just a misdemeanor because we're worried about workload, you know, that affects justice for the victim of the theft. And it also affects general deterrence, right? If we just start watering down our criminal laws because of workload, that could have some effects we don't want. So while there may be places where we should have that discussion, there are other considerations at play when you start going down that road.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, just in general, we're raising fees, for example, just in some cases because they haven't been changed in a long time, and $1,000 today is like $500
That's why it came.
20 years ago or whatever. And so this case of the distinction between misdemeanors and felonies, presumably that was changed, that was set many, many years ago. So
Yep.
it's something to think about. Anyway, all right, other questions? All right, thank you very much for coming. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
it. Okay. All right. Okay, yeah, so let's talk about his sections here. So back to page, whatever it was. 52.
Section 114.
Okay. All right, page, what?
Page 52.
Let's start with page 52. Okay.
We have to delete Office of the Solicitor General.
Right. So in section 114, we're going to need an amendment to take away Office of Solicitor General. Yes? Okay. All right. So assuming that, would Representative Evil like to move to accept?
Yeah, sure. I move to accept section 114 with the amendment on line 34 of removing the words "and Office of the Solicitor General."
I'll second it.
All right. So Representative Evil moves, Representative Cambrell seconds that we accept section 114 with this minor change on line 34. All those in favor? Okay, good. And now we've got 115, 116, and 117. Oh, do we ask about charitable trusts? Or it's all the same?
It's all the same. I think
Okay.
he- Yeah,
119. Okay.
119.
115 through 119. Okay, we didn't find any other changes like that, no? Okay,
I make a motion that we accept sections 115 through 119.
all right. Moved by Representative Campbell, second by Representative Griffin, to accept sections 115 through 119 of House Bill 2. Representative Munns wants to discuss, or he's voting? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. All right, very good. So now we're done with those. Now, what,
Oh, she was just, were you talking about the boathouse business on page 12?
On page 12, section 15, regarding the date about boathouses being constructed.
oh, yeah.
And, Mr. Chair, I would like to support an amendment to change the, wherever February 20th, 2025 occurs. I'd actually like to change that to September 1st, because any plans that are in process now, it really gives usually contractors might need the whole summer to schedule. So either September 1st or October 1st. I don't see any new projects that someone would agree to now that would even be able to be completed by July 1st.
Okay.
Could I make
have some
an alternative suggestion to say something along the lines of like 60 days after the effective date?
Mr. Chair, I have some
Yes,
information
all
that
right.
might help.
Melissa.
give us- So I've been chatting back and forth with Adam Crapo on this. So right now, they have been holding off on issuing approvals for overwater boathouses since the new interpretation of the law. So there isn't anything pending since then. However, there is one structure that they approved that would be affected, but it's been in place in appeal since December of 2022. So I think they would like to get this into law as quick as possible so they can start approving stuff. But they're
Okay.
holding off on everything until they have this codified in law.
So why don't you rewrite it just so it's the regular effective date of House Bill 2?
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good.
And then we'll see the amendment and come back to this.
Withdraw the motion.
I don't, was,
think
I don't think we had a motion and a second, did we?
We didn't have a second.
I didn't actually make a motion, but I'll
Yeah.
move that we accept section 15 with the amendment that any boathouse constructed after the effective date be.
Okay.
Yeah, or, yeah. And then you want to pass, is it just 15? Oh, never mind. Okay,
Yeah.
just 15, sorry.
Just section 15.
I'll second her motion.
Okay. All right. So Representative Rung moves that we accept section 15, but changing the two dates to be the same effective date as House Bill 2. Representative Munt.
I'm looking at my notes here, and I have a note said that we wanted to hold this for the public hearing.
Oh,
The
Do we
boathouse?
still want to do that?
the boathouse stuff, yes, because
It was 15 and 16 we wanted to
I
hold.
think
for the-
you said that.
I think it was, I think it was Representative Ebel.
Yeah, whatever, that the public is often interested in boathouses
Not
and
to gum
things
up the
related
boats.
to boats.
I think she said it. I'm going to blame her.
No,
Yes.
I don't remember, but if there hasn't been any permits
No, I think we
approved,
can
I think
just
we
go
have to,
with this.
All right.
strike while the iron's
You wanna
hot.
keep- All right,
All right,
all
all
right.
those in favor?
All those in favor? Yes, okay. Any opposed? No, we're all set. Okay, good, so we're done with that one.
About 124.
124,
The move that we just deleted.
okay, what section, where are we?
General seemed to indicate it was not necessary.
All right, hold on a second. Let me find the, what page are we on?
Oh, the under seal stuff.
Okay, so he's not doing it anyways, so we don't need it on this list? I mean, I don't know.
The Attorney General seemed to indicate that it's unnecessary. I think
Okay.
we should just get rid of it.
All right, so Representative Griffin moves and Representative Rung seconds that we remove section 124 of House Bill 2. Further discussion? No? All those in favor? All right, unanimous. Okay. Good. Okay. Now, should we go back to Granite Place?
Representative McGuire?
Yes.
Because you voted on section 15 for the boathouse, do you also want to vote on section 16?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Oh.
figure out.
It's just the penalty associated with them not following the rules.
Oh,
There's a
you're right.
connection there.
You were
Okay,
right. Okay.
I'd like to approve, section 16.
Okay. And who's seconding? All right. Back to page 12.
Yeah, they were connected.
They were connected, right, so we missed section 16. So Representative Evil moves, Representative Rung seconds to accept section 16 of House Bill 2. Are we all in favor? Yes. Any opposed? No. It's unanimous with Representative Sweeney absent. Okay,
Okay.
now, so we got 16. Okay, now, should we go back to Granite Place now that we have whatever information we're ever going to get on this one?
Where is that?
That's near the end. Okay. It's section 187 on page 73.
I have thoughts.
Okay, Representative Evil.
I'd be happy to delete this section because I feel like it commits us to do something.
Yes.
That may end up, that needs more consideration, and we also gain the proceeds of the sale into the general fund.
Yeah. Okay. We all right with that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So Granite Place, section 187.
Other thoughts.
Yeah, yeah.
Moved on.
Okay. All right, so Representative Ebel moves and Representative Rung seconds to remove section 187 from House Bill 2. Any further discussion? No? All those in favor? Yes, looks unanimous. Excellent. Okay. Now, back to what's next? Barbering? Barbarism?
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
did you want to vote on 177 as well? That was, Charlie came in and talked about that.
Oh, yeah.
Transfer.
So, okay, section 177 on page 72.
I move that we accept section 177.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Okay. So Representative Rung moves that we accept section 177, seconded by Representative Ebel. Okay, any further discussion? I think it made sense that when you're going to pay a fine, you know where it comes from. All right. All those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Great.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, removed, removed, yes, yeah. Okay. What's left is barbering on page 74.
Are we going to do anything about 188 now, or wait? That's the energy renewable. Okay, wait,
We
okay.
decided to wait on that one. Okay. Now, I couldn't find the piece of paper from EDNA. Does somebody have it in front of them?
Yeah, they printed it out for us because it was from. Was the 50 here?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
so they don't provide any actual language, they just state that the executive director is gonna.
excuse me. Excuse me, gentlemen, one person at a time, please. Jack.
So EDNA doesn't provide any actual language for the barbering and cosmetology, they just state that they're gonna get better wording from the executive director, which we still haven't seen.
Oh, okay, so this one's on hold. Okay, fine.
Found it.
All right, she found it, and it says probably what he just said. Barbering, right, multiple wording changes. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I wrote right there. Wait.
Wait for OPLC. Okay, all right, good. All right, so have we asked OPLC, or are we hoping that she did?
I'm gonna follow up with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, Representative Run.
I don't know if it's relevant to the work we're doing on HB2, but the Senate passed SB 194. I believe it went on their consent that would lower the hours to 1,200 hours of training. So I don't know. I mean, if that bill goes through and gets signed into law, do we have to make any changes to HB2?
I see, because here it says 1,500 hours, right? Yes, we would. Presumably, the Senate would note to do so, unless you want to do it here. But because in general, House Bill 2 is superior to other bills, right?
okay.
So typically, what happens is, like House Bill 2's effective date is July 1st, 12:01 a.m. or something like that. So any bill that happens that was an effective date of July 1st is inferior to House Bill 2, right? So anyway, so that's something we have to think about, or the
Yeah.
Senate would have to think about, or whatever, right? So yeah. and the place where the continuity happens is because LBA helps the Senate after they've finished helping us, and they remember this kind of thing and figure it out, right? So, okay. Representative Munt.
Just looking through here, and we didn't do anything with the indigent defendants, right?
The indigent, no, we are waiting to hear from the Judicial Council, I
Okay.
believe, right?
Okay.
When
Yeah.
are they?
That's correct. I sent an email, so I'm just waiting. I've invited them to come in tomorrow, as well as Department of Labor.
Okay, Representative Evil.
Mr. Chair, I don't know what your thought is on this, but I think an awful lot of people are very interested in what's going on with the retirement section. So we should like decide what day you're gonna do that, so people know.
Yeah, we're waiting to get our amendment ready. Right?
We
Yeah.
should have that tomorrow.
Okay. But again, I don't know that this new spending is as high priority as YDC. So maybe we should talk about that. We can talk about that right now if you want. What would you say? Would you put the new spending for Group 2 retirement ahead of YDC or not? Representative
Maybe
Leishman.
this-
I
whoops, go
don't
ahead,
think you
sorry.
can. I think you've got to use YDC. We know they'll probably be in for $75 million. I don't know.
Per year. Representative,
prevent us from lowering that amount, even though we had committed to 75. There's nothing preventing this legislature from lowering that, as far as I'm concerned.
No, you're absolutely right. in my
yeah,
opinion.
it's based on what the legislature allocates, right? So the way the law is written, I believe, we have to appropriate the money every biennium or every year or whatever. So we could choose not to, but the question is, that's my question, is if we have money, which goes first? Anyway, Representative Muntz.
I had a meeting with the state treasurer on some other issues. And we just happened to get into a discussion. And if I understood what she said correctly, that in the past there had been some, at least consideration or discussion, I don't know if it got to the point of discussion, but some consideration of bonding the obligation for YDC. And from what I gather, there was some discussion that, that wasn't appropriate because you shouldn't be bonding operating costs. And my immediate reaction to that when she told me that was, well, I don't know that that's an operating cost. That's a past liability of the
We
state.
had a difference of opinion on
I mean, is given the revenue challenges that we have, isn't that something we should kind of revisit or at least discuss?
Yeah, I would be very reluctant to do that because we've already effectively bonded it by what's in the law is the delay of 10 years to pay it over 10 years with interest, right? So there's interest built into the law that we're paying the settlement fund. So effectively, it already is, right? So Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, if we don't fund the YDC fund at 75 million a year, let's say we cut it to 25, 50 million, does that expose us to greater costs by encouraging people to go to court where we don't have no clue what the award would be? Isn't that settlement fund like insurance to indemnify risk that we might have if we go to court?
I'm not sure. I think the answer is yes, but I tend to think that the court, any kind of court settlements, so the settlements are not just going to people that go to the settlement process. The settlements are also direct settlements between the Attorney General and the plaintiffs, right? So those kind of cases can be settled, and it also comes out of this fund. So I don't know when court cases are lost, if they are, whether it comes out of this fund in particular or other ways.
Yeah, that's a good question.
But a follow-up is that we'd still be liable. If it goes to court, we're still liable for that amount.
Sure.
And I look at the settlement fund, the opportunity for plaintiffs to go there. Once they settle, we know what they're settling for, and they're prohibited from seeking any court action. Like once they settle,
That's
they
right.
can't now go to court. So I think the devil we know is better than the devil we don't know. So that's why I think the settlement fund should be our top priority, because it's protecting future liability or it's indemnifying us for future costs.
No, it's not. As I stated earlier, even after July 1st, when no more people can sign up for the fund, they can the remaining 23,000 or so that went through that system can sue at any time. The only ones that cannot sue are the ones that have already been settled through the settlement fund. So it doesn't matter. We're going to be sued from here to eternity. So I wouldn't worry too much about who's going to go to the courts. I think we do need to settle with the ones that come for the fund, and that's going to end on July 1st. And we should just focus on that, because we have no idea what's going to happen in the courts, nor we have any idea of. And to your point, Mr. Chair, so this 10 million that they just agreed to pay out, where's that coming from? It's not coming from the settlement fund. So,
Yeah.
this is going to be crazy. I would just focus on the settlement fund, at least get those people out of the way. And I think that if we appropriate something less than 75 million, it at least gives them, they have currently, I think, 28 to 30 million left in the fund to dole out. If we give them another 25, that will allow them to continue to make payments. But I see 75 as being untenable
Well,
at
yeah,
this
I thought
point.
the letter we received said that they're about to run out.
Yeah,
No, so-
they did. And we've only got, and we had the,
Well, he spent that quickly since he was here in 3 days.
Anyways, Representative Evil.
I mean, I think we have a commitment under that settlement, and it's also, it's something that was so carefully crafted, that whole statute over a period of time. And again, if we reduce the amount of money in that or anything, I just wouldn't do it without including the Attorney General in the discussion. But I guess this may be a stupid question, but why didn't the governor put it in her budget? Is there some option out there that she thinks is there for doing this that we're not thinking of? I don't understand why it's not in there.
Because
Yeah.
that makes us the bad guys.
I mean, is that okay, I was trying to see if there was some other rationale other than that.
I believe what we heard was that she wanted to review the whole situation, right? And so didn't want to sort of make a decision about it so quickly. But I don't know for sure. I mean,
It's just, it's really odd.
I would agree with you. Okay. Any other so I'm hearing that from multiple people that the YDC situation is more dire than the Group 2 situation, right? If it came to that. So, and I feel the same way. So, okay. So therefore, spending a lot of time on Group 2 matters may not make sense. Yeah.
But
Reverend-
I'm sorry.
I guess I just wanted to
Representative Lund.
I want to just make sure that people understand that, while I think the YDC issue is an important one, that, in my mind, that doesn't diminish the importance of the retirement account. So I think we need to be looking at both of them.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
Representative
I think I'm with you, but I also think there's a lot of people that care a lot. This fellow in the back row there was sitting all day long, you know, to hear what might be said about retirement. I'm hearing from a lot of people, a lot of interest, and I think we should at least let them know the day that we're talking about it here in the division so they can have the opportunity to come if they want.
Okay.
That
Yes.
just seems fair.
Well, and they can come to the public hearing on Wednesday,
Yeah,
right?
it's-
So, Representative Cambrels.
I agree with Representative Munns. There's no reason why we can't look at both. That's why I'm saying we should reduce the YDC, but also take care of our very needed emergency response people. I think we can do both, but that's going to mean that maybe the YDC has to have a little bit of a sacrifice. And again, those people were not providing public service to us. They were in that place for a reason, not that they deserve what happened, but those were circumstances, the bad circumstances that occurred to them. But they're not in the same league as people who are public service and emergency responders. I don't think it's fair to compare the two groups.
All right. It's all about money, okay? And so, you know, you can't spend more than you have, and you have to prioritize. I mean, that's all you can do. All right. So we are meeting tomorrow at 10. Is that right? Okay. And who's coming to meet with us and at what time?
We are trying to schedule Department of Labor, which I'm asking if they'll come in at 10 tomorrow, sending that email right now. They should be available tomorrow, and Judicial Council if he responds back.
Okay, good. All right, good. Well, we can maybe even start to get into House Bill 1 things tomorrow if we have time. Right? Okay,
Are we
good.
going to talk about this fee chart at some point too, or you want
Oh,
to
yeah.
hold off on that?
Yeah, no, I think we should,
I
right?
don't, I just, okay, all right. I think you know I won't be here Friday and Monday, and I hope I have an opportunity to
Okay.
participate in the discussion.
All right, so Representative Evil suggests that we speak about DES fees tomorrow.
As well.
Because they brought a nice chart and gave us some guidance on how those fees can be changed. But they already had fees in here, right? So, yeah, okay. All right, thank you. So, all right, we will meet at tomorrow at 10. Okay.
Is it an all-day thing tomorrow?
It's, yes. Yeah, I mean, maybe not last too long because we have to go vote and things like that, right? So, yeah, okay. Anything else? We're done? Okay, bye.